Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. How we doing? Time to blast some concentration. I've started a little bit early today because I knew full well I need to spend an hour or so first thing burning through concentration. That is the plan first thing. Before we do anything majorly important, I need to make sure these numbers don't get too close to 1,000. That's the one thing I'm trying to pay close attention to. But it is reset day. Reset day is usually quite fun, usually packed full of activities. I do have a vault to go and open, actually, thinking about it. Not only do we have a vault this week, we also have Wrath of the Lich King Time Walking. Might be an opportunity to level a few characters through that, potentially. We also had a release date for 11.0.5, which, while I know is the 20th anniversary event, the irony of all ironies is the one thing I'm looking forward to more than anything is being able to complete patron orders from the War Bank. That's literally the only thing I care about in that patch. The 20th anniversary event's going to go on for a while. It clashes horribly with the launch of the Factorio expansion, so I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to navigate that one just yet, but we'll deal with it when the time comes. Concentration, though. Let's go burn some concentration. Let's make a few things. Let's get a few things to sell. I guess what we can do, and one thing I've actually been tempted to do for a little while, is maybe make a deliberately second character for posting items we craft with concentration. Mostly because I want to list them in a different way. I don't want to list them in the same must sell them quickly mindset that I do with most other stuff. If you make stuff with concentration, you can far more comfortably post it like middle of the run. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. We've got to get some concentration burnt first and foremost, though. Right. I'm just going to work through my characters, I think, to do this, because that's probably the easiest way of doing it. Recipe scan. Let's see if I can remember what the hell we're doing here. Let's go recipe scan for Jewelcrafting. Go, gadget, go. My hope is now that as the weeks go on, the whole process will be sort of streamlined a little bit more. What's going on here? This looks like a change. What the hell? Okay. Some masterful onyxes seem to be booming. Let's get some of those on the go then. Q2. Optimize for concentration, which means we actually do a little bit of shenanigans here, apparently. Do 10 of those. Oh, that's assuming that we're only using Q1s of these. Sure. 208 concentration per craft. Doing it this way. Bunch of cash monies. We'll take a bunch of cash monies. Is that because these have been... Ah, okay. These are only massive cash monies because they're hugely overpriced, apparently, for some reason. Sure, we'll do it. We'll take it. It's fine. Now I need to get my brain into gear to remember all the buttons we press on the different professions. Now, I probably should use some of these. Increases your skill by 50 and your chance to gain a skill point. Well, we don't need skill points anymore, but increasing the skill does in turn also reduce the concentration. Not by a lot, though. 50 bonus skill points. These are the equivalent of like from 208 down to 196. Wow, that's 12 concentration saved by using one of those. They're not as fantastic as I thought. Okay. Sure. 208, we should be able to do this like 4 times. Go on, let's get some multi-craft procs on the go first thing. Give me some juicy multi-craft game. Not a single multi-craft. Game hates us. Game absolutely hates us. Okay, that was Jewelcrafting. Let's go do leatherworking. We'll look at weekly stuff. We'll do all of that sort of good stuff, but I got to blast through this nice and early. I got to get into the habit of doing this once every couple of days. Leatherworking, I'm not expecting anything good. Wow, spore coat hide. We can make absolutely pennies from our concentration. It's actually filthy. Literally nothing. No armor kits, no nothing, even with concentration. How's that even possible? How is it possible that Q3 armor kits, even with concentration, don't make you any gold? How is that actually possible? How is the market that bad? Wow. Okay, sure, we'll take it. Sport coated hide. Seems such a monstrous waste to make one item. Right, drop a pigeon down. Considering they're intermediate materials, I'm half tempted to just not even bother selling them. But Yakashi, good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. A 90 stream streak, Kahani. That's actually bananas, by the way. That is a little bit ridiculous. Thank you very much for that. That's wild. Sometimes I believe you got... I kind of have the suspicion that you don't even sleep. I don't think you've missed the start of a stream for months. I very much appreciate that. Oh, mythic BOEs are now actually BOE as well, by the way. For anybody that wants to do some auction house shenanigans today, there'll be mythic BOEs popping up on the auction house. They'll be worth a few golds, I would imagine. This guy's a better yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's here more often than I am. Exactly. That's why it's such a testament. In fact, he probably is, because on the occasion I take a day off. I'm pretty sure Kahani doesn't. Inscription first. Tailoring next. Anything juicy in Inscription this morning? Still shit that I don't own. Of course it is. Contracts. I can make 27 gold per concentration on Hallowfall contracts this morning. Damn, that's annoying. Don't have that recipe though. Don't have that recipe, don't have the ability to get that recipe. I guess it's Vanta's Runes again then. Multicraft, multicraft. Never lucky. Multicraft, multicraft. Never lucky. Tailoring. Let's get some cheeky tailoring done. Start it in a tab during the morning meeting. Then it just starts playing music after a while. Oh, I see. Clever. That's the trick. That's the trick. Get the stream loaded before it's loaded. Gaming the system there. Clever. Sunset spell threads or daybreak spell threads are much of a muchness. Depends a little bit on which one we can make We've got some Duskweave bolts, that's fine. What's the optimize on this? It doesn't seem to want to do anything. Hello? What have we not got points in there? Put points in there. Sunset Spellthread first craft? Really? Why does this little module not work all of a sudden? My assumption is I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, 20th anniversary, 22nd, 23rd of October, clashes horrendously with the launch of Factorio's new expansion. I don't know how to navigate this. Because I was kind of planning on taking a bit of a break of playing World of Warcraft to go play some Factorio. But then they go and launch a 20th anniversary event, which... I don't know what to do. At that point, I don't know what to do. There's the sensible part of me. The sensible part of me is like, just go play Factorio and don't worry about it. But I'm still in two minds. Oh, can I legitimately only make one of these anyway? Well, at least we get a first time craft bonus out of it. Multi-craft? Yes, please. Go. WoW 20 or Factorio 2.0. Exactly, this is the thing. First craft and an ingenious breakthrough. Well, ingenuity only returns 50%, so that's actually dead to me. 434 is still not enough to make a second one, so I guess that is what it is. Where's me pigeon? Pigeon mode. Right. Character 2. Play both at the same time. I mean, that would be that would be the multitasking way, wouldn't it? But the factory must grow. Are they going to reintroduce the long boy? No. No. I cannot see that happening, no. I've only lost money this expansion because I lack some experience and professions to actually profit from all of this. Yeah, you got to be careful with crafting professions, that you don't overspend. And this is why I always tell people to ramp it up slowly. Start small, prove that something works, and when you find something that works, build it up. If you're too aggressive from the word go, you do unfortunately run the risk of losing more than you make, which is not necessarily something you want, but... Oh, I've remembered, this dude is meant to be making me profession tools. I wonder if I'm meant to be saving his concentration for the purpose of making my alts profession tools. That said, making my alts profession tools still requires 5,000-ish gold per toon. And the artisan's acuity to do it. In fact, it's probably more than that, isn't it? Because I need to use Q3 mats and concentration. So it's more like 25,000 gold per toon. Which I'm not overly excited about spending that much per alt right now. I'd rather wait till this price comes down a touch. Let's see what's going on in here then. Oh, yeah, all right, we'll burn our concentration this time. Factorio expansion is just space exploration, isn't it? They hired the new space exploration dev to join the team. Well, I mean that's doing it a great injustice. It's closely based on the same concept of building out into space, but it's not just space exploration. No, you are right. Yes, they did take on the space exploration guy to the team. That'd have been pretty mental not to have done, really. There's part of me that wants to go and play one last vanilla blast of Factorio before it's no longer vanilla. Illusionary Adornment Shadow, 62 gold per concentration. I don't think that's a thing, is it? I think that's a massive stinky lie. What's going on there? Why has that gone to the moon? Why has this gone to the moon all of a sudden? Why is quality 3 of this all of a sudden nearly 6k? That's more of an indication that somebody's reset it. I'm not burning concentration on that. What's next in the list that's not ridiculous? Leeching Fangs. Leeching Fangs is set to make me a pretty penny, potentially. $291 concentration per. It's gone to the moon again for some reason. 12k, that feels a lot like a reset. It does, but we'll chance it. You know what I haven't done? Haven't done the shatter. Always forget to do this first. Then I forget what it was I was crafting. Chant of Leeching Fangs. Q2, Q3, one of you, optimize, good, concentrate, double check it's still right again, yes, go. Go on, some resourcefulness, that'll do. Alright, blacksmithing. I suspect blacksmithing is going to just be crafting alloys, right? This is usually where your concentration goes these days. Also, I need some ever-burning ignitions before we get too adventurous. $97. If we can get 98, we just go do Dark Moon Fair. Go on, give me 98. Hey, 98. We'll just go do Dark Moon Fair at some point for the last 2 points. Concentration, though. It's 3 knowledge points and 2 skill, I thought. Or is it 3 skill? I'm pretty sure it's only 2 skill. Right, Iron Claw alloys. Yeah, Iron Claw alloys, of course it is. Q2 all the way, bit of concentration. I assume it's telling me to use one of these. So it's more optimized on points. 319. Burning concentration, but ever burning ignition, sorry. What are we missing? We're missing a bunch of core alloys. See if we get lucky on a proc. What am I missing? Iron Claw alloys. Two skill points, 3 knowledge points. Yeah, I thought that was the case. It's because it shows +3 up here. It would make sense if it was the same for everything, but, you know, since when has this game ever done logic? $3.19. Ready to go. Whoa, no, 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 no. Concentrate. No procs today. Where's me? Let's just use my pigeon. Right, next dude. How are you doing, Zan? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Oh, this is a bunch of random trash. Where's all this come from? This is stuff we've crafted over the last few days, which I've clearly forgot to post. Whoops. Well, today's a better day than any to sell anything, so. Groups, what's not in a group? Blasphemites are not in groups. Well, they're technically gems, aren't they? We got a leatherworking pattern. Have I got a group for random recipes? I do. Nothing in it though, mind, lol. Random ask flask, you just go in there. 12,000 Dawnweave. Oh god, I need to do something with that. Which two professions have made me the most gold this expansion? Which two professions have made the most? Jewelcrafting made me an awful lot at the beginning. Prospecting in the first couple of weeks made me absolutely silly gold. I've played with so many of them over. I mean, I'd almost go as far as to say maybe. Well, it's definitely alchemy. There's no question alchemy's probably made me the most, but that's because I was very aggressive on the rank 3 flask market. So definitely alchemy, but that was not easy, and there was an element of luck in that as well, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, the reality is they've all made me gold. There's not a single, even things that people don't assume, like even engineering has made me some gold. Like everything is made a bit of gold because it's kind of hard not to at the beginning of an expansion. What's made me the most though is the ones that I've just spent the most time on. This is why I tried to level one of every profession quite quickly, just so that, you know, if one character somehow, for some reason, with things like patron orders, did better than another, it wasn't going to matter too much because, you know, I could just pick the character that was working the best. I didn't want to get locked down. That was kind of the point. This alchemist is not even anywhere near ready to do anything fancy, is it? I'm wondering if instead of using my concentration on this dude, I'm suspecting it's probably better off I save it for patron orders to level this dude up. Because where's he going? He's going into thaumaturgy. As thaumaturgy, you need concentration to fill your orders because you're historically dog shit at crafting things otherwise. So I won't spend anything on there. Engineering, though, we can go spend some concentration on. What should an alchemist do with the profession at this point in the season? You got two options. If you're able to mass produce something at quality 3, you should also, hopefully, be as optimized as possible at crafting it. Now, there's still good money to be made in mass producing potions, flasks, that sort of stuff. But but margins are skinny, and it's kind of the stack it high, sell it cheap mentality. You take very, very slim margins. You just take them 500 times a minute. Alternatively, you go the lazy man approach with your alchemist. If mass producing things at quality 3 sounds like far too much like hard work, you can probably also put your concentration to very good use right now on the same potions and flasks for the most part. Flipping potions or flasks? Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. It's a crafted item. Flipping crafted items is nothing but a recipe for disaster most of the time. Unless you are absolutely 500% confident in what you're doing. Which you can't be with alchemy. It's just not possible. Because you've got to remember that what you see on the auction house is only a tiny percentage of what probably already exists or what could very quickly be made. And so if you try and buy out, flip herbs and stuff, flipping potions and flasks is a terrible idea, because as soon as you buy out a bunch to push the price up, 10 billion more is going to turn up within seconds. So not something that's recommended. Energy redistribution beacon is literally the best use of concentration, and even that is tragic. Wow. It is a first time craft though, mind. Yet getting it to Q2 is going to be interesting. This is mostly because my profession is actually dog shit. We can do that. We can harvest a first time craft off it. It doesn't really make us anything. I haven't finished leveling engineering on this character, so this is kind of this kind of doesn't count. Oh, we use only 92 concentration doing that as well. Okay, I need to finish leveling this character before we can do anything, but now's not really the time to be doing that. What did I spec this dude into? Profession gear. Well, I know why then. For orders like this. But then it turns up not providing any materials, so I'm never going to do it. Yeah, okay. This character's still work in progress. We've crafted that, so we might as well get it listed for sale. Stuff sells pretty fast this morning. Love that. Today's Spark Day and Catalyst Day, I think. So there's a strong chance that sales are going to be pretty pumping today. Would be my assumption. I wonder if players flip herbs and ore. Yes, I'm sure people do. Pretty sure people do. You can technically, like, the concept of buy low and sell high applies to literally everything, but there are some markets that are clearly more risky than others, and some markets that are more lucrative than others. But the entire concept is pretty generic. This dude is Jewelcrafting first, engineering second. We're standing at the Jewelcrafting table, so let's burn some concentration on this dude. Yeah, Mythic BOE's come out as well today. So there's some opportunity to snag some and do some flipping on BOEs if you're daring enough. Cave sand. Don't have that recipe, that's a shame. Masterful onyxes though, we'll take those. What are we spec'd into on this dude? Nothing. How am I spec'd into nothing on this fella? How's that happened? Oh, because it's my main Jewelcrafter, of course. I was like, what's going on here? How am I spec'd into nothing? And it's because all my points are over here. Sure. 223. Still make a bit of profit on it. We should stack multi-craft. Yes. Costs enough that we should probably throw a mirror powder at this. Definitely worth throwing a mirror powder at this. Never lucky. Never lucky. Game hates me. Have we got enough for one more craft? Hey, a multi-craft. Had to happen at some time, didn't it? It's definitely come in. Wonder how much gold it would take to control the jeweler's settings markets. It's just not possible. It's not a market that can be controlled. There's no restrictions on the entire market, so it's absolutely never going to be something that you can control. The concept is that you just have to get your materials cheaper than everybody else. It takes 2 null stones, doesn't it? So you're completely 100% at the mercy of the null stone prices in that market. If you get your null stones cheaper than the next man, then you win. And that's just to craft the damn things. That's before you then actually try and sell them. Not an easily controllable market, if I'm honest. Why does Ranthias have 25 different characters on this? That one, go. Yeah, I have shuffled on this dude, that's why. But on the concentration list, you can, like, remove the shuffled professions. Clearly you can't do it here. I crafted Leeching Fangs on my last dude. I don't want to craft Leeching Fangs on every character, otherwise it'll tank them up. Well, I guess if the money's there, we do it. Let's not be too fussy. Is that optimized now? 301. That should give us, wow, literally only one. Well, we'll take it. Right, get those sent over. Next dude. We'll do all this business. We've got all week to do all of that business. I just got to burn through concentration first thing this morning. I've got one toon with herbalism and mining and the other toon with alchemy and herbalism. Now I want to replace herbalism on the toon with a complementary profession that aligns well with gathering. Which profession do you reckon that might be? Is it too late to start with crafting professions in order to make gold? If your only reason for playing with crafting professions is to make gold, I probably wouldn't bother. Because herbalism and mining will just outstrip what you can make in the same duration of time by a mile. Your reason for playing with crafting professions at the moment is less short-term win, more long-term win. You are going to have to swallow whatever it costs to set the professions up, which could be 20, 30,000 gold per profession, but set them up in a way so that they can just log in once every couple of days and use concentration. You have an upfront cost, but you'll get, once the upfront cost is covered, you'll be in money relatively soon. But if your only purpose is to make gold, you're much better off sticking with herbalism and mining. Because you it's just a linear system. Gathering is just a very linear system. You make
your
as
wallet?
much
Are you just glad to see me?
effort you put in.
Both, I hope.
It's very nicely correlated. You spend an hour, you make an hour's worth of gold. You spend 2 hours, you make 2 hours worth of gold. It's very straightforward, and is usually the best way about doing it, to be honest. If you haven't already got your crafting professions in order. Wait, hang on, it's doing multiple again here. Iron claw alloys again. Surprise, surprise. Do I have an ever-burning ignition? One of you. Did it say iron claw alloys we needed to make? I think it said iron claw alloys. How am I out of core alloys? That also doesn't make any sense. Let's make a handful of those. We can put them in the war bank after. Chalida with the 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning to you. Ah, Wild Drizzling Rose appears. Good morning, good morning. Well, of course, using quality 3s is going to be the optimal use of concentration. We can optimize to use 0. Okay, I guess we just use quality 2 and quality 2 then. 154 concentration per craft. How many crafts is that going to be? A few. It's not expensive enough to use any fancy materials here. I've got one multi-craft proc. Go on, do me another one. Got room for 2 more. Go on, multi-craft proc. Bless me, game. Bless me. Ah, well, we got one. We can't complain with one. Who else we got on this? Jewelcrafting. On my main, should I go for the blue tool on both professions or all out blues on one of them first? You're probably best off getting... Well, it depends on the professions a little bit, to be honest. I would usually suggest it's probably better to get one profession, like, quote-unquote, completed. Before you focus on the other. If you've got 2 professions on one character, you kind of want to prioritize one of them, and you want to get one of them doing as much as you possibly can, and the other one just kind of does whatever it can with whatever's left over. I would funnel all of your artisan security into one profession, because if you spread it out across them both, you're just mediocre at 2 things. It's better to be good at one thing than mediocre at 2. That doesn't necessarily always work as like solid life advice, but in professions in WoW and in goal making, it does work. So try and be the best you can at one thing first, and once that is as good as you can get it, then get the next one set up. Usually is the best play. We're at that awkward point in the expansion though. Or the patch, I should say. We're at the awkward position where there's a lot of people that have finished doing their normal activities and are starting to look at the professions and goal making. And it's very, very difficult to not turn around to these people and say you're too late, because that's not the answer they want to hear. But the truth is that the time to have been able to make silly gold has already passed. You can make reliable gold still, but you're going to have to do what for some reason most people don't want to do, which is the hard work. The hard work of like, right, go spend the next 20 hours herbing and mining and you'll have 3 months of game time. But for some reason people don't want to do that. But that is the way to do it. This is the issue. If you've already got everything completely set up and you've already got all of your professions min-maxed and you've already got them all with BIS tools, they're all already leveled, and you've covered the cost of doing all of that already, then you can still continue to use them to make more gold, but getting them to that point is a time-consuming and costly endeavor. If you're just starting it now, it's very hard to recommend. I mean, I'm it's not my place to tell you what to do and what not to do, but the recommendation is I probably wouldn't spend too much gold on professions right now. But like I said, you can do whatever you want. 268. We can do better than that, surely. It's mathematically more optimal to use some Q3s to get the concentration down whilst keeping the profit reasonable. That should be worth at least, quick maths, 4 button presses. Come on, multicraft. Bit of resourcefulness. Hey, a multicraft, we take that. Nice. Welcome in, Ginny. Good morning, good morning. You spend 3 hours, you make 3.5 hours worth of gold, treasures and rares. Maybe. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Is there a specific build to prospect for pebbles? No, not theoretically. You just want to be as good as you possibly can with prospecting. The entire shaping tree facilitates that, though. You want to go down into the gem finding. This whole subsection of the tree is about being better at prospecting. When Drizzling Rose was streaming, Dracothis, the mantra was, come on, multicraft. Well, when multicraft can proc, you always want it to happen. You always want a bit of multicraft. This dude is my main enchanter, though. We should be able to do something pretty fancy with our concentration here. Assuming we've got enough of it. 863, that's plenty. Hello, not scanning. Oh, there we go. Yeah, praying for those procs. The frustration is that Craft Sim works out your profits, including the procs. So it's not a case of it being a bonus. I really like. It's a double-edged sword for me because Craft Sim is absolutely fantastic, but there's no question that because it's in the game, prices are cheaper. Margins are skinnier and prices are cheaper because Craft Sim exists. Because I see so frequently people come along and say something's not something isn't profitable because Craft Sim says so. So many people are putting 100% of their trust in the add-on that as long as the number's green, they press the button. And they may not necessarily realize that you have to press the button 1,000 times before you get the green number, because of proc chances and, you know, how resourcefulness and multi-craft works. But, yeah, so on one hand, Craft Sim is wonderful because it is doing a lot of the maths that we don't want to do. But at the same time, it's significantly cheaper because everybody also uses Craft Sim. Oh, I'm going to need tinder boxes. Today is not the day to be buying tinder boxes, is it? We had this back in BFA with Silas procs. None of the add-ons we had back then accounted for the proc, but the prices did. And it drove us all nuts. Well, yeah. It was often frustrating back then because you knew full well that you needed the Silas proc to craft at the prices that you saw. But, yeah, I suppose. But it's super difficult to compare back to the BFA days because it's just a different game. We very often look at how the new crafting system compared to the old crafting system, but one thing that seems to be massively overlooked in those conversations every time is that we had 100 micro economies back in the day. Now we have one big economy, which basically means it's a completely different game. Competition is 10 times as high. Demand is, in theory, 10 times as high. Both of those things are cool, but they make the landscape completely different. It's like trying to compare the economy of, a small little town to the economy of the entire United States. Like, of course things are going to work different. Now that we have basically one auction house, things work in such a different way than they used to. There was so much more room for error in the past. You could get away with doing like highly unoptimal things. You can't get away. There's no room for error these days. How many tinder boxes am I going to need to go buy if we want to craft a couple of these? Probably only a couple, right? Probably 2. How much concentration is this looking at using? 228. Let's go buy some tinder boxes. Not the day to be buying tinder boxes, but we'll do it. Welcome in though, Jack. Good morning. Yeah. TV's off. I know. I'm doing my part to save the planet.
Extended supply of goods
tinder box. No, that's tinder box.
Return.
Not really the day to be buying tinder boxes, but I shouldn't have run out realistically. It's my own fault. Hey, we saved the tinderbox. That's money. That's the proc we want. Is that 3? Are we going to be cooked? Yeah, we're cooked now, aren't we? Enchanting and jewelcrafting. Oh, I haven't even finished leveling jewelcrafting on this dude. Ooh, that's not good. I should have leveled this to 100. That's not the thing to be doing now, though. What jewel crafting points goes into the Magnificent Jewelers settings? Basically nothing. In fact, I think exactly nothing. This is why it's such an impossible market for most people, because there's no way it's like old school crafting. Everybody has exactly the same crafting costs. There's not much room to move with those. Quick emeralds, masterful onyxes, we'll do versatile rubies. We haven't done versatile rubies, I don't think. If you use Craft Sim, you can look at the specialization info and it will tell you exactly what affects the thing that you're trying to craft. It's a good point of reference. How have I got no engraved gem cutters either? I made a shitload of these last week, and now I've clearly used them all. Woo, we're burning through stuff pretty fast, you know, with burning through stuff fast with these concentration builds. We can still make profit doing it that way. Okay. We need some more engraved gem cutters first. Can we make them at Q2? Oh, what? I'm 1 point short of making it Q2. Oh, this game. Oh. I've apparently bought the blasphemite recipes, but never actually bothered to craft them. What am I doing on this, dude? Right, well, there's the point I need. We are not using super high tier. There we go. Make a bunch of those real fast. Let's quickly get this to 100. This wasn't what I was intending to do, but it seems ridiculous to have the recipes and to have not done it. Which one of these is profit today? Or is it going to be none of them? Oh, is it going to be none of them? Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Too many people leveling Jewelcrafting. So a first time craft on either of these. We'll make one of those just for the first time craft. I need 2, 96, 99, 99. Alright, one more. Okay. Unlock you. Unlock you. Okay, what were we going to craft, even though I apparently didn't? Quick emeralds. Wait. No, optimize for concentration. Okay, sure. Go on, multicraft. Never lucky. Game hates me. Okay. I got to do a few more extracurricular activities here. Got to put some stuff in the bank. What's the best profession to make gold? 2 professions, herbalism and mining. Can't fail to make gold with those professions. Every time you pick something up, you make gold. Can't fail.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Can't believe I never used Craft Sim in Dragonflight. Craft Sim is god tier. Literally can't do without it these days. I mean, I can. In fact, that's the important thing to pay attention to. I absolutely can do without Craft Sim, because when you understand how the game works, you can survive without it. If I didn't use Craft Sim, I'd just use a spreadsheet. That's the actual way you do it. I want some new tunes this morning. I'm not digging these tunes today. And I need coffee. Fishing might be decent. It's the same theory. It's the same theory that you can always, every time you fish up a fish, you are technically worth more than you were before fishing up the fish. Can't dispute that logic. Right, what are we doing with alchemy first thing this morning? Only 550, probably not much then. Must have spent some concentration on this dude recently. Let's go recipe scan. They really need to do something about the cooking profession because it's so boring. Well, they almost got it right. That's the annoying thing. They literally almost got it right. They were onto a win in my opinion, and then they went and spoilt it because somebody made a spreadsheet showing what you need to do to make a feast, and people took offense, and so they spoilt it. It was almost fun. It would almost have allowed for many people to, like, you know, you have your basic cooks, and then they sell the basic food. They almost had it right. Yeah, they almost had cooking right, and they messed it up. So I've vowed not to even touch cooking this expansion. Nope, screw you, game. Not doing it. Can I make Q2 alchemical chaos flasks with all Q1 materials now? Oh, well, that's fun. That's fun. Still not profitable, mind, but that's fun. Okay, concentration. Optimize. We want to use a couple of these, apparently. Tier 2 for everything else. It's presumably because tier 2 herbs are basically the same price. We want to use Q3 Blessing Blossom, because apparently it's not that expensive, I would imagine. And Q2 Spears. 178 concentration per craft, squeezing out the most gold per concentration point. I'm not going to have enough to press the button more than twice here anyway, but luckily I don't have that much concentration. No secret wizardry to go on. Multi-craft tool. Okay, press the button. No multi-craft. Game hates me. Oh! We did get a multi-craft and an ingenious breakthrough. That does technically mean we should be able to do the button again, but I've run out of Blessing Blossom. Not using mirror powder. Stuff's starting to get a little bit too cheap to use mirror powder. Although in theory, going for optimal concentration, it probably is still worth. Since, yeah, it does push it up a little bit. Yeah, okay, there is still some value to use mirror powder on these. It's really not much though. Okay, that'll do me for that. Some bonus flasks to go and sell. Why do you need mirror powder? Just be lucky. Well, that's also true. Is there any setup or settings needed for the reagent optimization? Is there a reason that you no longer use the recipe scan for it? Doesn't it optimize the reagents already? Well, I use recipe scan to determine what it is I want to go and craft. So in this scenario, my best use of concentration is going to be quick onyxes, which I can select. But yeah, there's no real setup for this particularly, unless I've misunderstood the question. Yeah, I always go back and I always check to make sure it looks as I expect it to look. It's going a bit wonky now, for example. It's telling me to use all Q3 materials in order to get my concentration down. Actually, it doesn't lie. Actually, it makes sense. Odd how certain things work, but yeah. You know, I didn't. No, that's fine. Still value to use mirror powder here. It's actually quite some value to use mirror powder here. Hang on. Oh, I'd already pressed the button. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, a multi-craft. What have we run out of? Q3 engravers. Right, next tune. Right, we can actually start playing the game in a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay, maybe not. Ah, no, that's the same character. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, now I've got to sit through a load screen for the wrong character. That hurts. Slum Shark, 700 gold. Yeah, I'm not overly sure why a single fish is that expensive, but I guess it is. Oh, CraftSim says work in progress on the settings. Oh, well, that's probably because there just isn't anything. It's such a random craft. Oh, we sold a Vanta's rune, apparently. Let's take that. Did Zekvir double question mark solo on the mage the other day? Totally doable. Yeah, they made some changes to it, I've heard. I need to go and slap him, I think, at some point this week. I say this every week, but this week I'm going to slow down a little bit on the goal-making side of things and actually play the game a little bit, I think. I did manage to get my tier 8 delves done, though, last week. So I do have a vault to open on my main. Hang on, let's see what we sold. 100k worth of stuff already this morning. All of this, all of everything we're selling at the moment is coming from concentration crafts. I'm not doing much actual heavy crafting right now. This is just all odds and ends from either concentration crafts or from like goodie bag. You know, we've got a lot of these Pentagon reviews and these crafting licenses and stuff that I'm selling out as well. Just a bunch of random stuff, honestly. But lots of little random stuff adds up really fast. This dude is leatherworking primarily, so let's do you first. Leatherworking is usually horrendously terrible. Let's see if there's anything even remotely interesting to pay attention to. Okay, it's not actually that terrible. Blessed weapon grips. We can do work on a blessed weapon grip. More tinderboxes. More storm-touched weapon wraps. I bought a shitload of tinderboxes earlier. What did I do with them? Ah, I bet... No, they're in the war bank. So why is it saying I can't have them? Oh, have I done a... Oh, I've done a stupid. I bet this dude's got the war bank, hasn't he? This dude's got the war bank. Son of a... Okay, log them both out. There needs to be a button. Having to log everything out and log everything back in again is mighty annoying for Warbank. There just needs to be a button you can press. Like the change flight mode. The you know, change Warbank access button or something. Having to log out of everything is just stupid. It's one of those things, though, it probably applies to such a small percentage of the player base that Blizzard are never going to do anything about it. You don't need to log all out, just the one that has the Warbank access. Yeah, but then it takes 30 seconds to a minute for it to switch over, so you're best off just logging everything out anyway. It's weird. Now why is it saying that blessed weapon grips don't make anything? Much confused. A minute ago, this was saying this was the best thing since sliced bread. What's changed? That's weird. Oh, you want me to use a quality 3 storm-touched weapon grip? Well, if I use a quality 3 storm-touched weapon grip, then I guarantee it. The whole point is that I'm doing it without guaranteeing it. Okay. See, this is where sometimes Craft Sim falls flat. If we click top profit... Okay. If you can already guarantee it, you then need to press the top profit button again. I use this enough to roughly understand it, but I still get bamboozled by Craft Sim sometimes. 158, we're going to be able to bang through a bunch of those in theory. Even using concentration, it's still only 30% margin. That's worth on anything that can proc multicraft, especially with a tinderbox at play. Multicraft tool, go. Never lucky. We need some storm-touched weapon wraps. Probably 4 of them. Come on, give me a multicraft. Save the tinderbox. It's almost as good as a multicraft. Okay. Can't win every day. What else we got on this? Enchanting. Warcraft Rumble is at Season 9 already. How long has that been out now? Rumble's been out... Oh, it's been out over a year, hasn't it? You've got to remember it's a mobile game. Each season lasts like 6 weeks. Probably not even. I've not loaded into Warcraft Rumble for ages and ages and ages. They pissed me off because the load times were just disgusting. I'm hoping they might have fixed it. We might actually be able to do some more Rumble content at some point. I'll probably wait till it comes natively to desktop, though. Natively to PC, I should say. I'm still kind of convinced that they're just going to turn Rumble off soon, to be honest, though. I don't think it's done. Their first adventure into the mobile market, I don't think they really anticipated just how competitive the mobile market is. I've only got 330 concentration on this dude. It's probably not worth faffing around, actually, to be fair. 330 is not enough to do anything in enchanting, really. Didn't their team get fired? Well, they did let go a percentage of their team, yes. This is the problem. This is always... That can always be for one of two reasons, and it's always difficult to tell. You got to pay a lot of attention to who gets let go, because a game like Rumble is going to need a huge amount of developers initially to make the thing in the first place. Then once the thing is actually made, they don't need half as big of a dev team. What they, you know, like there are times where they need very certain specific people with specific skill sets to do certain things. And so you got to pay a little bit of attention. Like, if they just lay off like 50% of the workforce, you know they're going in the bin. But like, if they lay off like 20%, you could be like, right, well, with these 20% that were brought on to do a very specific task, that now that task is done, their expertise is no longer needed. What's the situation there? That's the thing with tech companies in general. I'm just as guilty as everybody else for this, but you got to be careful not to jump to too many conclusions. Because yeah, you let a bunch of people go, it's got a negative public image, but if they don't have work to do because their work is done, then it's maybe fair to let them move on to new things. Load times were so bad on my iPhone 8, I couldn't run it. It kept crashing. Yeah, that was my problem with Rumble. It just straight up didn't work anywhere near fast enough for a mobile game. Mobile games need to be like punchy, snappy. If you can't take your phone out your pocket, open the app and be playing in like 30 seconds, you're going to get people bouncing. You're competing with TikTok notifications, Facebook notifications, people's inbox. You are fighting for attention so hard on this thing that if you're not super fast, you're going to lose people. And that's problematic when your app is slow. Hearthstone on Android was also a shit show. One of the reasons I stopped playing it. They'd have a bug, fix it by the following expansion, and then introduce it again on the next. Well, it's not like the World of Warcraft team have ever done that, though, is it? Let's be real. That's just a Blizzard thing. That's because they use the copy-paste button far too often. If they stopped copy-pasting everything, they'd probably have a better time with that. Right, well, we don't have the Hallowfall and Wrathy contracts. We don't have either contracts. I've been really reluctant to buy the contract recipes, even though I can technically afford them. This dude is Inscription, first and foremost. The question is he any good at making the contracts under normal? Could I even make the contract properly? Yeah, you see, I can't actually even guarantee quality 2 with quality 2 inks, which means I'm pretty flipping terrible. I'd have to start using Q3 inks just to make it at Q2 to then use concentration on top. Weirdly, I'm in a position though where I can make quality 1 contracts. There's a weird... Quality 1s are not more expensive, but they're also not ridiculously cheaper either. I'm at a point of inflection with my scribbler. Pursuit of perfection is full. Pursuit of knowledge is mostly full, excluding the ingenuity one. Meaning, there is the potential for moving on out in this direction and just being better at making those contracts and going and buying the contracts and then being really good at contracts. Entirely viable. But am I going to regret it? Where else would I put the points? What's my other option? Now you see my other option is going into the tools. No, it's not, because I've got to put 30 points in here first to move this way, because I stupidly pressed this button once upon a time. I screwed my scribe up so badly. Do I want to be better at making rolling pins, mixing rods, and quills? Or do I want to be good at making missives, Vantus runes, and contracts? Which one do I want to do first? Right, because I ballsed up in this direction, we're putting points in here first. That doesn't solve my today problem, but by the time we get 30 points in there, we'll be able to move into here. I'll regret that tomorrow, but for today at least, we'll make some ciphers. $154 per craft means we're good to craft a bunch of them. Multi-craft, yes please. Mirror powder doesn't do enough to make a sizable difference. Stuff's too cheap. Multi-craft. We'll take a multi-craft on the first one. Thank you very much, game. Appreciate. That'll do. Okay. Made some top tier ciphers. Let's go look at enchanting. I'm meant to be speedrunning these characters, and I took way too long. They seem to keep targeting the hardcore mobile gamers rather than the casual I'm waiting for a taxi, bus or train gamers, but expecting all the numbers of the casual market. Well, obviously King is part of the equation, and they've clearly learned something from Candy Crush. But I mean, you're spot on there that they're expecting Candy Crush level results, but from the hardcore sweaty side of the mobile market, which is never going to work out the same. This was one thing I also noticed pretty aggressively with Rumble. It would push you into playing the game like 4 or 5 hours a day. And on a mobile game, that's just not feasible. People get called sweaty gamers when they do that on PC or on console, but to do that on mobile is on another level. Have I not got any quality 3 gleaming shards? Okay, game hates me. Sure. Slap that on there. Bit of nothing really going on there, is there? Nah. Oh, I didn't do my shatter. No, I don't even know what I was crafting. Defender's March. Just make it easy. Q2 on an enchant. Optimize. 272. We can do it better if we push it that way. Hey, we saved the tinderbox. Pro gamer move. Absolute pro gamer move. Never lucky. Never lucky. Right, next character. The phone batteries even last 5 hours. Yeah, not whilst running a game, I don't think. Hardcore Candy Crush gamers are mums. Soccer mums, yeah. Inscription's my second profession on all my toons. I went into cipher crafting on the mall. I can make about 2 tier 3 ciphers every 3 days with silver mats. So it's been a nice little side hustle. A few weeks ago sold tier 3 for like 3k a piece. Now it's 1.2. Still nice. Made a lot 3 weeks ago. Yeah, these I'm intrigued to see where these concentration builds go, because I suspect that players are going to need to keep up with their professions to keep them profitable. I have a growing concern that if you just set up a concentration alt, now this is not singling out any single content creator, but I'm going to use Kachak's name all the same. I think if you take the Kachak approach with your concentration builds of do the bare minimum, log on every 3 days, press a button, there's going to come a point, and it's not going to be too far in the future, where you're going to log on and you're going to find that you're not going to be able to make a profit. Because markets are going to get squished. Markets are going to get squished even in the concentration areas, especially on stuff that especially on any recipe that comes from a trainer. Like historically, any recipe that comes from a trainer is just a flat out ignore almost permanently, because it's so difficult to make profit on any of that, because it's everybody's first option, because they get the recipe for free. The best way to alleviate that is to go to the auction house and pick up a recipe that isn't taught to you by a trainer. Then you might still be able to get away with doing the absolute bare minimum. But I'm still not sure what the longevity of that is. If you're going to set up these alts now, setting them up so that they make you gold all expansion is the way I'm looking at taking them. It's a little bit more effort initially up front, and probably even a little bit more gold, but I think it's a much safer option. Do I not have the Daybreak Spell Thread recipe on this dude? Oh, well, good thing I've got the Sunset one, I suppose. Asking me to use Q3 Duskweave bolts to do this. I get why it's doing that, but no. Yeah, I kind of get why it's doing it, but I'm not going to. A couple of spell threads. I might be doing a lazy setup, but these builds are close to maxed out for each enchant I'm going for already at this point. If profits for concentration eventually depend on whether or not you have green or blue tools, it will be so small that it's not worth. I don't see it going that low. Well, yeah, if you, I've seen how you've set up yours, putting a lot of points into a very specific direction. So that's safer. But I still think that's kind of like lazy plus, right? That's one step above the true lazy mode. It's lazy plus because you've gathered a few more points. And in enchanting, you've done the catch-up and stuff to be able to max out one of those, one direction, for example. That does give you, build in a little bit more immunity. And I also imagine it means that the time it takes you to cycle through characters is faster as well. Because I guess you just have one recipe favorited, and you just make that one recipe with concentration every time. So there's not the need to do this recipe scan business. And if you're being a little bit more slack with exactly what materials and stuff you use, not sort of min-maxing, just literally log on, press a button, log off sort of thing. 3 times 2 is 6. That's enough for 2 crafts. Go on, hit multi-craft on at least one of them. Hey, a 3 multi-craft. That's better. That makes up for not a lot of love with tailoring. D4 is getting great. Yeah, the new D4. I kind of should be playing that, to be honest, at the moment. I should be playing D4 right now, shouldn't I? Really. Maybe we'll have a look at that later in the week. I've not decided. I kind of don't want to get too deep into Diablo 4 right now. This is what always happens with World of Warcraft. We get a new expansion, and the 2 months before a new expansion and the 2 months after a new expansion keep me very, very busy. But that means that there's 4 months straight of me playing nothing but World of Warcraft, which isn't strictly problematic, but it does mean that when anything else pops up that's interesting, I want to go and look at it. And I want to go and play it. And there's not enough hours in the day to play all these games. It's a nice problem to have. It's much better than sort of not having anything that you want to play. That's just horrible. Whimsical wirings at Q3. There is no way that's the money that it thinks it is. That's because something's gone very wrong. I'd imagine they're only at that price because something's gone horrendously wrong here. Why are these so ridiculously profitable at Q3 just by default? Because somebody's reset them from 270 gold a piece up to 1,000 gold a piece. Fair play whoever did that. That's ballsy. I might just craft a handful of those all the same anyway. The irony is the market's probably gone back down to normal by this point anyway. Oh, and we got a multi-craft after a handful. Alright, we'll just leave that as it is. We'll go sell those anyway. Oh, I've got so few engineering parts. Engineering's just painful. $287. That's probably worth 3 of these, isn't it? That's a lot to craft. Let's throw multi-craft on that. Oh my god, a 4 multi-craft. Quit while you're ahead. Quit while you're ahead. Holy smoke. Try something a little bit different. Spread the love. $176. Go on, another multi-craft. Oh, well, saving a chaos circuit. I'll take that. That's close enough to a multi-craft for my liking. And I've run out of parts on engineering, so we'll can that for a minute. I still weirdly make good money with engineering, you know. It's just a pain in the ass keeping the materials in stock and making sure that you have enough scrap without, you know, spending too much on it. Shatter one of you. Terrified to spend knowledge points because of messing up. Between that and not wanting to lose old world patterns and recipes, the Panda Remix alts are the only thing that saved my bacon. Turn them into some concentration alts. I'll probably just try to keep up the concentration alts by doing the weekly quest treasures, minimum patron orders, lessen the risk of them becoming bricked in the future. Patron orders are the ticket, I think. Patron orders are the ticket because that brings a new level. That's later on in the expansion, but it brings a new level to the concentration builds. Right now, you level up professions on all of them, and you focus on concentration. But I do think there's going to come a point later in the expansion where you turn them mostly into like mission table junkies, where you log them on, you blitz through a bunch of patron orders, and then you log them off. That will both keep them up to speed with knowledge points, make you a little bit of gold at the same time by giving you a handful of like material bags to sell some basic materials with. But there's quite a lot of weight on the materials coming down in price before that's really actually viable. But I think that's the later expansion use for these alts. It's just not really a big thing right now. Not to mention it's super duper annoying because you can't have all your mats in the war bank. They have to be on hand, which is a pain. But once they fix that aspect in 2 weeks' time, we should be good. Oh, I'm going to need more tinderboxes. There's a solution here to not needing more tinderboxes, isn't it? And that's to proc resourcefulness on a tinderbox. Not like that, though. I said resourcefulness on a tinderbox. Go on, game. Go on. Never lucky. And now I'm out of tinderboxes. Have I got a recipe that doesn't require tinderboxes? That's still worth pressing the button on. 363. We've got 365. Well, that couldn't be better optimized if I tried, could it? That's actually perfect. Go. Use frameworks. I know I should use frameworks. I know. If I quickly and easily and readily have them on hand, I use them. But I've run out. I need to go buy some more. Check the profits on all my professions for Q3 crafts, and it's pennies. D4, I'm coming. Well, there is that, I suppose. There's the nice, there's the peace of mind that if you've already made a bunch of gold, you know, don't be too greedy. It's entirely viable to go play Diablo 4 for a week, come back, see what's going. Did the stream crash? Yes. Hang on. Is Team YouTube still alive, by the way? Team YouTube is still alive. It's a Twitch thing then. We're alive and well. It's a Twitch thing. It's a Twitch thing. Team YouTube is all good. That's weird. That's odd. It's very odd. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about it if it's a Twitch thing. I can check my Twitch dashboard and make sure nothing ridiculous is going on. Yeah, Twitch just seems to claim I'm not live. This is weird. Hang on. Let me try something real fast. Oh, no, we're connected again. Are we saved, Twitch? Are we good? We good, Twitch? There we go. That was a Twitch bug. Twitch glitch. That was really strange, you know. Team YouTube was fighting strong. There was nothing going on in my OBS other than I, for some reason, just couldn't connect to Twitch's servers. Twitch's servers are a touch twitchy, apparently. Here's to hoping it's not any hurricane-related issues. If you're If you're in Team NA, by the way, and you're anywhere near Florida, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. I've seen so many stupid people on the TV in the last 24 hours refusing to leave their house. Don't be stupid. Leave your house. Move on. Right, anyway, enchanting. Concentration. Go. Oh, hang on. I've got that ticked as well. Alrighty. That or Twitch have just banned me for like 30 seconds. It's fine. We're all good. The shortest ban in history. It was instantly overturned. Yo, this scan is taking weeks though. Holy. Especially since I roughly know what I'm going to craft anyway. God, I'm missing out on the juice, you know. Missing out on so much juice by not having some of these better recipes on the enchanting. It's painful. Delete your craft sim data? Is that going to make much of a difference? The scan is only slow on very specific characters for some reason as well. Go play D4, you don't need these pennies. Maybe later. Maybe later, we'll see. I probably need to reinstall D4 even if I do think about it. Right, shatter, because that's got 8 seconds left on it. Let's do cursed haste. $363, that should be good for 2 crafts. I've only got 1 tempered framework, and it doesn't actually make a huge amount of difference. Right, bit of Jewelcrafting. Haven't even finished leveling Jewelcrafting on this dude either. Did I actually ever buy the... I never even bothered to buy the recipes to actually finish leveling it up. Should we go and very quickly see what they cost? Leatherworking, alt army, gang rise up and cry.
I calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Poor leatherworking. Poor leatherworking. Recipes, Jewelcrafting, uncollected. Insightful blasphemite. Elusive blasphemite. And culminating blasphemite. And a fractured gemstone locket because it's basically free. And that'll do.
My thanks for your patronage.
If you're crafting gear though, leatherworking is probably doing bits right now. Especially if you've got a couple of them. All the rogues, all the hunters, all the demon hunters, shamans, you know, there's so many customers out there for you. Well, I don't actually have. That's a bit stupid of me, isn't it? I didn't actually even have the right... I need more blasphemites. Need more blasphemites. Yeah, can we just use concentration on one of these? Why not? Why not? Okay, I've run out of blasphemites. We'll come back to that another day then. What are these things going for right now? 5k a piece? Not bad. Right, next dude. I think I've only got 2 characters left. Beef and milk next. Do we know for the new time walking raid we need a minimum item level to be able to join it? Good question. Not sure. Pre-mades probably not. And actually, saying that, it's for the time walking raid. It's only pre-mades, isn't it? There's no group finder for it, so I would assume not, unless your group leader is stating something themselves. But I could be wrong. I haven't leveled this Jewelcrafter either. There's a couple of Jewelcrafters that I need to level to 100 by the looks of things. Maybe that's a task for later in the week. Oh, are you referring to the 20th anniversary thing, though? If you're referring to the 20th anniversary thing, I'm not sure. That doesn't come out for a couple of weeks. Am I out of gem cutters completely? Oh dear. Oh dear. Spend the minimum knowledge points for the concentration craft, but continue to do the weekly treasures, reasonable patron orders. But bank the knowledge points to save for a future patch to be able to pivot quickly. Or if concentration alts will ever need multi-craft ingenuity skill trees to keep up with concentration competitiveness, or am I overthinking it? No, that's relatively logical. Because yes, of course, concentration banked, you can always, knowledge points banked, you can always use it whenever you need to. But you could equally also look at spending it to give yourself more options now. The reality is that the gold value is only going to decrease, so more options now is probably better than a quick pivot later. But this is the advantage of this. Nobody knows exactly what's happening in the future, so you get to play it however you wish. Come on, give me multi-craft. Never lucky. $9.50. Besides concentration crafting, any repeatable crafts with the right setup that is good for blacksmithing or tailoring? It's the usual candidates. Blacksmithing, you've got your alloys, you've got your weapon stones. They are both very repeatable, but also very competitive. Tailoring, you've got your exquisite bolts, you've got your cooldown epic bolts. The argument is with the right setup, anything works well, but it's often difficult to get the right setup. It's weird when the professions are like this, because it's very difficult sometimes to suggest something that makes sense, because everybody's setup is ever so slightly different. Everybody's desire to do stuff is different as well. I really enjoy just tinkering and figuring all of this stuff out, so that the figuring it out is more the fun for me. If you're solely looking to just watch your gold total go up, it's a slightly different story. 363. If we optimize not for top profit but for concentration, it claims to be the same. Okay, let's have an heart attack again. That makes such a tiny difference. Time working is also good this week. Classic time working should be good for the alts. Yeah, I want to look at setting up a few of the alts. I want to get, hopefully, I've already got a handful of characters to level 80, but I am starting to think that getting a few more of them to 80 before I get really burnt out with the patch is a good idea. The sooner it's the sooner they're leveled, the sooner they're done, you know. Right, last tune. I wish I would have played in Dragonflight Remix for the alts. Have to level or boost them at the moment. It's a tedious process. Don't do anything if it's tedious. Honestly, this is a video game. Nothing is worth it ever being tedious. If you're not enjoying the process, don't do it. There is there's gold to be made if you already have level 70s and can quickly set professions up on them. If you've got to level the characters up in the first place, then no, it's probably really not worth it to you. When you add on the amount of time it's going to take to level the character in the first place, the concentration armies work on the principle that you already have the characters. If you don't already have the characters, the amount of time it would take you to get the characters is probably not very favourable. You got to remember that Remix was allowing people to make a level 70 character in like an hour. It was just ridiculously fast to get that level 70 character. Now you're looking at much longer time to level. Way more difficult to justify. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? And additionally, even if you can get your characters leveled relatively quick now, doing it during Remix was doing it during a time where there wasn't much else going on, right? If you're spending time leveling characters now, there's huge amounts you could be doing now. And your time should be seen as precious. Spending time leveling characters right now when there's a whole new world of content to do, don't do it if it falls into the realm of tedium. Just put it down and go do something else, because you'll never be happy with the result. I didn't put all those engraved gem cutters in the bank, did I? Which means I now don't have them again. I need to remember to actually put them in the war bank. Otherwise, they're all going to sit on that character. Yep. That wasn't my intention. Oh, this dude doesn't even have enchanting at level 100. Oh, God. Now we're getting to the bottom of the list. I've been really slacking. Really slacking. Shocking behavior. Alright, sure. I'm not even going to do a scan. I'm just going to make these because I'm going to assume that there's nothing much else on this dude if he's not even finished leveling up. Plus it gives some cheeky skill points potentially. Is Knockhood and Brackenhide still a leveling spot? I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's still ways to level those characters very fast. My
directive has been fulfilled.
I'd still say that if you're leveling characters just for the purpose of setting up concentration alts on them, I wouldn't bother. So much more stuff to be doing in the game right now than wasting time leveling characters, unless of course you enjoy it. There's always that same caveat. If you enjoy doing it, do it. But I'm only making this point because you started pointing out the tedious nature of it. Right, there we go. There's our concentration burnt through. We've got a vault to open. Stro, my man, welcome in. Hope you're well. What's the best way to make gold with alchemy and herbalism? Farm herbs, craft stuff, sell stuff. Honestly, unless you're super well set up with your alchemist, you're better off just farming the herbs and selling them, to be honest. There'll be other people out there that will be far better at doing the alchemy side of stuff, I would imagine. Right, let's go open this vault, though. What we got? Nothing, apparently. Oh, no. Some in. Ooh. 616 shoulders. That could very much fix a problem. It's not really a problem, but it could very much fix a problem. Why can't I have that open and my character panel open? That's really dumb, isn't it? That could fix a problem. Because one of the problems I have is 2 of my pieces of set right now are stupid low-level raid finder trash. Do I have a better alternative for my gloves? Wow, I don't even have a better alternative for my gloves. That doesn't fix much of a problem there. But I do have better pants. I have a pair of 610 pants, which I was going to catalyst into tier set. But now I've got tier shoulders, I kind of don't need to. I can put the 610 pants on, swap out these for the tier set, and just look to replace these ASAP. That's going to be a hard one to pass up on. Alternatively, I have a 597. I mean, well, you got to go for tier, haven't you? I really want that ring as well. I really want the ring. Oh God, I want all of it. Of course I want all of it, because my item level's trash. Given the option of set, though, you got to take the set. Just craft a ring. That's a good point. I do have another catalyst charge, meaning if I get another good pair of something somewheres, I'm taking the set. Yoink. Boom. Right, where do they go? Let's put you on, which in turn means we can take these off, swap these out for the 610 pants. Boom. Just need to get those not so terrible. And then a ring. Nice. Okay. You can craft a PvP ring if you don't have sparks. It's still item level 6 to 10. That does fix a problem, doesn't it? Alright, that'll do. That'll do. We'll take that. I don't worry about my gear too much, but... what's the weekly bits and pieces then? What have we got going on over here? Let's pick up some quests. Let's actually play the game for an hour.
Communication.
Cinderbrew Meadery. I have a horrible feeling I didn't hand that quest in last week. Horrible feeling I didn't hand that quest in last week. Let's make sure we just do it super fast. Why is it not on... Is that literally... What? Wait, hang on. Is that literally only a normal dungeon? Theatre up. Oh yeah, I need to do theatre as well. Time walking raid bosses, dungeons. Defeat 5 players with a team of 25 pets. Well, that's never happening.
Despite everything,
World quests,
the
theatre.
Iraqi
Go do
find
theatre.
joy. Be strong, my
Go do theatre. Theatre's up.
Your aid brings hope to us all.
Faster now. I'm higher item level despite spending all of the expansion so far in China. Hey, look. Look, I don't do gear. Give me the quest. Where's the quest, dude?
A new experience. Journey far. And
Okay,
I don't remember
right.
them attending rehearsal. Show them out.
Shoo, you pest. Ah, wild wife appears. Please, old boys and girls. Okay, sorry, we're back. I need to shoot some more balls. Shoot the ball, shoot the ball, shoot the ball. I'm not going to get my participation award for this, am I? How many of these flipping things have we got to shoot? Come back. Be shooed. Fight off kobolds. I would like the theatre event more if it didn't turn my game into a slideshow every time I came and did it. Now, I guess in theory, if you don't do it right at the beginning of the week, you can get away with that. But right at the, you know, it's a world event. It's meant to be a better experience when there's more people. Whereas, because of the servers, it's a better experience when there's less people, which is very counterintuitive to me. I know Blizzard, you know, wants it to be an MMO, but it's very difficult to treat it like an MMO when you actively try and avoid situations where there's lots of other players. And I can't do shit about this right now.
Communication in...
Theatre's trash tier content, just a waste of time, but different content for different people. Just a shame I have to AFK there for 10 minutes every week. I don't, unfortunately, think it adds anything. That's the thing. Like, from us content, I don't think it adds anything. It is just that. It's just filler. It's filler that's not done very well.
It isn't a show without the cast and the crew. Help them out.
It's difficult because you want to try and make it so it's something that's fun to do, and so, and this is a byproduct of Blizzard's persistent need to make everything reward you something. That they, over the years, have been blinded by the success of different systems based upon participation of it because of the rewards that they provided. If you provide a spicy reward, people are going to go and do it. Of course they are. Of course they are. But that doesn't mean it was quote-unquote good content. Yes, you got a large amount of participation, but that's because you put a shiny carrot at the end of the stick. Didn't mean the journey was any good. There is a bunch of, you know, a bunch of stuff you can do with this theatre event that, if it wasn't slideshow mode, would be quite cool. But none of it do I feel as if I'm interacting with any of these other people, really. They're just there. They're just lagging my server out. I could do this just as well if they weren't there, which is where I think the problem lies. It tries to paint the impression of it being, you know, world content, but it's kind of not. People fill the bar for you. Well, true. I don't know. I'm not sure what the solution is. I mean, I guess the solution is to not have it 20 FPS for starters. And I'm not exactly on a dogshit potato PC here, by the way. If your servers can't handle this amount of people, don't put this amount of people. And the fact that they don't seem to be able to navigate this is wild to me. You could... Don't you have a £6,000 PC? We do, why don't you? Well, this is it. Like, even with a 4090, you're probably not getting this running particularly well. Now, this whole thing seems to be completely stuck as well. It's asking me to pull out roots still. And I don't have any way of doing any of this.
Tell me what drives you.
I'd like an endless challenge mode for the machine. A few people have said that. And on the beta, it was more in that vein. In fact, I even think there was an endless mode on the beta. Blizzard have done this a few times in more recent history, where they have the good idea, and for some reason, they choose to not use the good idea when they push it to live. Torghast is the fantastic example. Torghast could have been so much better, but they just made stupid decisions for no apparent reason. Having Torghast finish, it's weird how 2 expansions on I'm still salty about this, but having Torghast finish at like level, what was it, 5 or 6, just as you were like getting strong, you're like, oh, it was just getting fun. I was just about blasting. I just started to put a, you know, OP build together, and now you're telling me it's done, and I got to go back and do the boring ramp up bit again. It's kind of like they looked at, with Torghast, they looked at flipping roguelike games, and they hadn't figured out that it's the first 5 minutes that you just work through to get to the last 10 minutes that's the good bit, and they gave us just the shit 5 minutes and then told us to do it multiple times every week. Yeah, I don't know. World quests in Kazalgar completed. Right, I'll go do a world quest then. Where's my Zygor? Zygor usually helps me out with this business. I've got some delves to do as well today. Earthcrawler Mines. I'm running out of, I say I'm running out of. I've got an absolute metric ton of flipping. Where are they? I've got 17 Radiant Echoes that I need to go do something with. I entirely forget to do anything with them, which is why I've got no keys left for bounties. That's going to bite me in the ass this week unless I do something about it.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind.
Once you finish level 6
Nerubians
Torghast, you're supposed to
Please
seamlessly
retrieve them.
transition to Diablo 4 to Blast. Yeah, please stop playing this game and go play the other game. Some of you are convincing me that we need to go play Diablo 4, though. I wasn't ready for this. I was not prepared. One was not prepared. But I'm starting to agree with you that a blast on Diablo 4 for a few days might not be a terrible idea. It might refresh my desire. Well, that's a problem as well, because in exactly 2 weeks' time, I'm going to want to go play Factorio. Too many fun games coming out at the moment. I resisted playing Satisfactory because I knew that would take an entire week of my life, if not more. Campaign's interesting. Mercenaries are good. Leveling is only to 60, which is great. I'm saving D4 for when War Within is completely dead. Well, if you're top tier crafting, Mr. Kachak, my friend, you play on Team NA, which means that you've got a little bit more life left in it. Team EU is getting remarkably frustrating to do crafting with. Not that it's not possible, but if you're not hyper optimized and also simultaneously buying your materials at the exact cheapest price, you are not making a profit right now in most things. You're having to do some pretty ridiculous extracurricular activities to be able to mass produce things at the moment. Like I said, it's not that you can't make gold right now in EU,
Thank you.
but
We'll
it's
go back for the rest when the Nerubians are gone.
it's
for good.
the margins are less than skinny without putting in literally tens of hours of effort. I'm going to be brutally honest, seeing a couple of content creators for the launch of this expansion go Team NA or play on Team NA, it's It's very, very, very tempting to roll out the NA account for next expansion. Very tempting. What the hell's this world quest? Where'd it go? What is it? Coreway maintenance request. Oh, that's this thing in the pit, isn't it? You'll miss your Bruto, though, man. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, shush.
Even though the coreway is usable again, there is still plenty of construction
I
work
stand
and
better chance
rubble
getting it on
clearing
Team NA,
needed.
you know, because at least I'll be more likely to be around for the reset of the Black Market Auction House. I actually genuinely have a much better chance of getting it on Team NA than I do on Team EU. Why won't this dude go down? Go down, you... Yeah, one day we'll talk... One day we'll break the meme and we'll get the Brutosaur. It's just a really inconvenient hour of the day when the Black Market Auction House resets, unfortunately for me. It's not that I'm not awake often at the... like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's just even if I am awake, I'm probably not sat at the computer,
Well done.
which is the issue.
It is going to take years to restore the core.
How much of the player base
working order,
even knows that the
but
Black Market Auction House
we have made
exists?
significant progress.
I do wonder things like that, you know. I do wonder, because Blizzard doesn't do a fantastic job of, like, highlighting this stuff particularly well. Not anywhere near as well as some
We
other
owe
games
our service
do.
to those in need. All the peoples of Khazalgar are coming together more than ever because of you.
Let's do some time walking dungeons, maybe. Wait, hang on. Cinderbrew Meadery. Did I not queue for that dungeon? Clearly I didn't. What if we queue for Cinderbrew Meadery specifically? Then once that's done, we can do some time walking-y stuff. To be fair though, this is only a 597 Nerubian cash. 597 doesn't do anything for me. Doesn't do anything for me. Unless it gives me a ring. If it gives me a ring, it solves a problem. I don't know. We should go do the Weaver stuff as well, potentially. Actually, no. We've been working on this the last few days. I need to keep up with this. Actually, that queue is going to be a couple of minutes. D4. Diablo 4. Vessel of Hatred, Ultimate Edition. Upgrade available. How much is the upgrade? How much is the upgrade? 90 bucks? Fuck me! Jesus! I was expecting 30. Okay. I mean, we could get the standard edition for 40. What am I getting fisted for by picking up this? Hang on, where's the comparison charts? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? 40 bucks, 60 bucks, 90 bucks. Some random ass transmog, couldn't care less. Random ass transmog, random ass transmog, random ass transmog. Premium battle pass token. 3,000 platinum for more transmog. Oh, it's all I couldn't give a shit about any of that. I couldn't care less about any of that. Give me the standard edition then. Couldn't care less about any of that. Why do I want 3,000 platinum for cosmetics in Diablo? I absolutely don't. The premium battle pass token is something that you can probably buy separately anyway. Okay, well, we get the basic edition then. Oh, hang on. Let's not be doxing myself here. Standard edition. Don't need anything more than the standard edition. Pay with BattleNet balance.
Something a little harder. Show 'em what we got on tap, Eldryer.
Boom. Nice. Install. Go. 137 gig. Fucking hell. Jesus. God bless fiber. Right, where are we going? Ooh, there's a quest.
Speak freely. No directive needed.
Goes down smooth.
You didn't even have the base game installed? I've not played Diablo 4 since it launched.
Time for happy hour.
Where's my drink?
I have a sneaky suspicion I've never been here, you know?
Guess that was
I have a very sneaky suspicion I've never been here.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Baronbottom is BEO of this joint.
Well, maybe I have. I don't know.
Help me.
Have I been here?
Please get my meadery back, Outlander.
I'm literally trying to multitask. That's half my problem.
You
Why am I...
put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
We had to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Bank?
Makes their honey spicier? I never considered honey spicy. Ooh, I don't know what this is doing.
bust out my bees. The best for my bees.
I'm guessing the bumblebee is the boss. I should have done this as a flipping follower dungeon. I've got no idea what's going on in here. I didn't even realise. I don't think I've been here before. Chilled honey's tasty though. You can have spicy honey. I was at a market the other week and somebody was selling chili honey, which was an interesting twist on the senses. I'll tell you that much.
Hey! You're really trying to be a bee in my bonnet, ain't ya? You may have disrupted my business, but I'm still boss, and
Last two seasons have been fun since they've reworked the gearing. Yeah, I've heard good things. I've absolutely heard good things. I just haven't dedicated any time to it. But maybe now's the time to have a little bit of a blast. Maybe, possibly. I wasn't ready for this. I've got so many other things I need to be doing the next week. Installing Diablo is probably not a smart move, but.
Oh no, my stills! They bypass the filters! It's running
I'm
too
going to
hot.
ignore all of
The
this and
meat
just
will
keep
be
running.
Standard.
yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money. That's good business.
Oh, Cinderbrew was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
I feel bad for the healer in this, by the way. He's having a bad time. I don't even know who the boss is here, by the way. Oh, we haven't even pulled the boss. This is just trash. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, my cinder brew.
Yeah, I really should have done this on a follower dungeon, because this is just chaos right now. I'm not taking any of this in. Good luck for the long boy. It was a bargain at only 5 mil when you could just buy it on the vendor. How come I didn't get it then? We don't talk about that. It was an unfortunate decision that was made many moons ago that, with hindsight, was a bad decision.
Hey! That meat elemental took months of R&D! You goody-goodies don't know who you're getting.
They promised a lot for simple expansion where you get a 6-hour low-quality campaign. Is that the situation, is it? Oh, we'll see. Is it installed yet? Are we in? Are we in? We're doing. Chat, you'll have to tell me if if downloading this causes the stream to do funky shit. It shouldn't do. I've got gigabit internet. If my internet can't handle this, then I have a problem. But I also got an email from my ISP the other day saying that they've now upgraded to 2 GB internet. And do I want it? And it's very tempting. The only downside is that I'd need to update some of my network. My networking's can't even support. I'd have to upgrade to 2.5 gig patches and do all sorts of weird stuff. And if I'm doing that, I might as well upgrade to 10 gig, and that's expensive. Fucking hell, you got ripped apart. 85-year tenure ring? Okay. Requires goblin or at least 25 skill in Kazamgar Inscription. Well, not me then.
She's gone. Oh, thank the hive. It was a grave error listening to Goldie. But because of you, I can hire back my workers and get back in business. Thanks again.
Goddamn UK and its broadband. Painful going back to slow connections. I've not lived there for a while, but Virgin Media used to provide the best internet way back in the day. That is assuming you can get their fibre. Couldn't tell you what it's like now, though.
Work cycle.
Who do I want some points with? Who do I want the points with? Is the question. I don't technically need the points with anybody, but who do I want the points with? Do I just pull from the bottom?
Return if you wish to.
So they all have 25 levels. 25, 25, 25. Maybe I'll just pull from the bottom.
We are the Titans'
Rising tide
bedrock
lifts
and
all.
foundation.
I guess. Whatever. I was going to do some... What was I going to do? I genuinely don't know. I've been distracted by Diablo. You've distracted me and I wasn't ready for that. There are cables at the front of my house. They refuse to hook it up, so I'm on the same cable you were on a decade ago. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's going to be problematic. Kriegville's Rest. What do we need over here? Lost keepsakes. Let's just check these out and see what's going on with these. That's this one, isn't it? If there's a story, we'll do the story. If not, we'll skip it. I need to get into the habit of doing this. This way we'll get the glory of the Delver done nice and promptly. Some of you lot have already got it, but what did I say I needed? It wasn't swarming kobolds, was it? No, lost keepsakes is what I need. So not you. Where are we going next? Nightfall Sanctum, Dark Ritual. Let's just take a flight path.
What path brought you here?
Oh, Nightfall Sanctum's also bountiful. Well, let's hope we can smash out 2 birds with 1 stone here, shall we? Right, whilst we're flying, let's check this. Have we finished downloading yet? Why are you so goddamn slow, game? Modify download limits. Do it fast. Just download fast. Download limits, no limits. Just go. Alright, it's being slow. The War Within beta has got an update available. Whoops. Sound like me, no patience at all. Well, this is why I'm tempted to upgrade to 2 gig internet. It's totally unnecessary. Absolutely 100% unnecessary. And the wife will cry when I tell her I have to spend €1,000 upgrading our networking. But I've wanted to upgrade it for a while anyway. Sold a few bits. A few more bits to sell. And we're like, ah, yes, wife, you know that holiday we were going to go on? Instead, how would you like a new flashy box in the cupboard that you don't know what it does? I'm sure she'll love that. Tax deductible as a business expense? Oh, absolutely. 100, yeah, absolutely. It still doesn't detract from the fact that you need the money in the first place. You got to make the money before you can spend it, even if it's tax deductible. The new flashy box can stream in 8K. Well, exactly. Then we need the 8K TV. Yeah, like just a small €20 a month upgrade on the internet could end up costing thousands if you're not careful. You could also look at the TP-Link Armada series, not just Unify. Well, I've got Ubiquity access points already, which means I'm half in the ecosystem, meaning I'm most likely going to go Ubiquity stuff. I like the look of their Dream Machine. But I've not decided.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again.
I'm not going to go play with kids. Sorry, game. Stop telling me to go play with kids. Remember that I said I was banned for doing too much gathering? They unbanned me and gave me a 6-month suspension, and then the reason for the ban was that my fellow players reported me for cheating. They don't even investigate and auto-ban you from mass reports from the bots. Yeah, player reports, if enough of them come your way, will get you auto-banned. Blizzard claims it's not a thing, but it definitely is. It's Dark Ritual we needed, but it is bountiful. Do we do it just because it's bountiful? We do it just because it's bountiful.
Fear not the darkness. Follow the flame.
Unify's lacking a router with SFP port. only on their rack-mounted stuff. I'm not tech savvy enough to know what the SFP port is. Unless it's an acronym I know that I just can't think of off the top of my head. I know enough about networking to like do all of this stuff myself, but not enough to be particularly pro at it. This is luckily where I have stream chat to fix my problems for me. Oh, the fiber connection. Well, it probably wouldn't actually act as the modem because I have a dedicated fiber modem from my ISP. It would only be for the networking, so I don't know if that makes any difference or not. I need to get up there, and I need to get up there safely. How do I turn this thing off? Where's the thing to press to turn this off? Oh no, I've got to go get the box first, don't I? I remember. Alright, now you've come this side. Son of a bitch. Do enchanters benefit from multi-craft? Not unless they're crafting ink. Oils, sorry. Enchants, no. No multi-craft on enchants. Stack resourcefulness to the moon. One of the other reasons I'm very tempted to go for the ubiquity stuff is it has been requested from Mrs. Manthias that we, you know, look at some security system. And she wants to just buy some €90 trash cameras that you then pay $5 a month for a cloud storage thing and just trash tier security system basically. And I'm not willing to do that, so I want to look at something a little bit more robust. And I want it all stored locally, not being zipped into the cloud. Is it really needed in Finland? Well, no, not over. It's not from like, no is the real answer. But, you know, we often will spend the weekend away because we have a summer place. And so it's nice when we're at the summer place to be able to see if and as and when anything's going on.
Fantastic.
But no, it's not because it's a crime haven. It's not so much for that. We live in the country, there's no such thing as crime. The reality is she just wants to see if a deer walks past our house. That's really all she wants. She wants a fancy camera to see if there's a deer walking past. That's all she really wants it for. But as the man of the house, it is my job to deal with the technology. And, you know, you don't need to give me an excuse to spend money on tech, because tech is fun. You don't want somebody sneaking into your house and adding a Brutusaur to your WoW account? I mean, that would be tragic, wouldn't it, really? I mean, there's I don't know how you'd cope with that. The psychological trauma that comes along with that alone is not worth the aggro. How the mighty have fallen in crafting the Dark Moon decks just to disenchant them and get the knowledge points. It still doesn't sit easy with me that that's a thing right now, you know. it still feels a touch odd that you mass purchase Dark Moon decks just to disenchant them. I still don't really know how I feel about that. You guys seem to be somewhat attached to this as well. Oh no, don't stand in the thing. Pet's dead? Oh dear, that wasn't meant to happen.
I need to rest after that one.
Inscription's taken so many L's in the last few expansions, from the Glyph Massacre to Dark Moon decks being knowledge point fodder. I mentioned in my previews of the professions on the beta that Inscription felt like it had just been stripped bare and almost nothing added in replacement of it. And yeah, I think it needs some love. It's all right now because you can't possibly spec into all of the options. And the way that the profession systems has worked is if you are producing anything at quality 3, it's expensive. But that doesn't mean it's interesting or fun. They kind of weirdly gave Inscription some of the... You know, they gave them the alchemy mixing rod, which is always going to be big, or at least it always was going to be big off the back of Dragonflight with the flipping alchemy alt armies. So it gave it something, like, useful. But this is the thing for me. Useful isn't thematic or interesting particularly. It's just something for scribes to craft. And it doesn't... It feels crowbarred in. It doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like Inscription really has much of a purpose. Because the concept of milling used to be a big thing at the beginning of the expansion, predominantly because of Dark Moon decks. This time round, it's... I don't know. It just feels weird. That said, we don't need any more reason for herbs to be stupid expensive. So maybe not having expensive Dark Moon decks as well is almost a blessing in disguise. Because can you imagine the price of quality 3 herbs if we also had Dark Moon decks hoovering them all up? Is there no treasures or anything over here? There's usually a treasure in this little camp somewhere. Maybe not. What's more sad is that they don't even admit their system is very bad and they still keep you suspended. If they really investigated, they could see there was no botting at all. Don't even feel like playing the game anymore. Well, this may not be the answer you're looking for, but if you've been quote-unquote falsely banned and it puts you in a position where you don't feel like playing the game anymore, there is realistically only one way these companies learn from this sort of action, and that is to not play the game anymore. That's the only thing you can do. If you feel like they've done you dirty, then Don't reward them by continuously giving them money. But if you do choose to continue playing, be aware that the value proposition that they serve you is still good enough that they can piss in your face, quite literally, ban your account, and yet you will still be willing to give them money. That shows their value proposition is strong enough to overcome even, you know, false doings. It's hard, because if you find the game fun and you want to play the game, you've got to play the game, but voting with your wallet's the only thing you can do in these situations. Like I said, it's probably not the answer or the sympathy you're looking for, but because yeah, I agree. It's a shit situation if you get banned and you don't feel you've done anything wrong. All you can, like, realistically, you can just keep pestering them, because if they've already banned your account, what's the worst that can happen, right? You can just keep pestering them. And by pester, I don't mean be a dick about it. I mean, like, continuously reopen the tickets, you know, try and get elevated higher up so somebody can actually look at the situation. But once that becomes too much like hard work, which I understand, the only way to deal with it then is to not play the game, unfortunately. I don't get how they can't spot the bots. They literally take off vertically and follow each other. Well, it's because it's all entirely automated. The biggest problem I see with the system right now is that, you know, if you get somebody right-click reports you, and if that happens 10 times for whatever reason, you just insta-banned. There's no repercussions. There's no manual perspective thrown at it. Did I? Oh my god! Have I literally missed one? And I've made it all the way to the end before I've realised. Are you jesting me? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to zoom my ass all the way back then, aren't I? Oh lord! I wasn't prepared for that. Where's the one I missed? Oh, damn. Literally the very first one. Uh-huh. Right, no mountain here either. I almost need a leave instance, rejoin instance situation on this one. I don't think you can do that in Delves. If you keep opening tickets, they sometimes threaten to close the Battle.net account, but joke's on them. If I'm ever in that situation where my WoW account is banned, to hell with the Battle.net. Well, yeah, ultimately. Yeah, this is it. If they refuse to actually service their customers via their customer service portal, then yeah, joke is on them. This is my point, right? Like, if you've had your account banned and you feel that it's unjust, you're realistically at the point where you've got nothing to lose by keeping on pushing, because what they're going to do, ban your account more.
Found a bit of gold.
I am kind of quite old school in this regard, though. If a company wrongs me, I don't give them a second. Like, we live in a world of consumerism right now. If a company fucks me over, I don't give companies second chances anymore. You have one chance. So make a good first impression and don't fuck me over. I understand mistakes can be made, but if your competition isn't making mistakes, I'll go to the competition. I'm so not loyal to any companies these days. I've learned over the years that loyalty to companies for the sake of loyalty is bananas. Totally unnecessary. If a company fucks you over, move on. There'll be another company offering something basically the same.
Hey, be careful.
Right, one down. Where would you go if your WoW account was banned? Well, dare I say it, now obviously if my account got banned and it was my own fault, then I'd have no choice but to admit defeat. But I actively don't do anything that's going to get my account banned, and in nearly 20 years it's not happened yet. So the only reason I think my account would be banned is if it was a false ban. Now, I kind of think I'm in a strong enough position to get it overturned regardless if it was a false ban. So I don't think I'm lucky. I don't think I'm ever in the position where something like that would actually be too problematic for me. But I know everybody can't say the same. I hold grudges. American Express can still fuck off even after the last time they did me dirty having to jump through hoops to get travelers checks refunded was 28 years ago. That's it. That's it. Fuck me off once. You only get one chance. Unless you're literally in unless it's literally a monopoly and I have no choice in the matter but to do business with you, then yeah, you piss me off, we're moving on. Oh, a ring.
Give me a moment, champion.
Odin's Seeker Relic. That's got to be nearly the last utility one we need, right? Oh, that was the last utility one we need. Are we fully epicked out everywhere now? We're epicked out everywhere now. Brand's level 31. Where's that ring I just got? 603 champion ring. Well, that's most... with avoidance as well. Well, that's definitely an upgrade. Avoidance and a socket. Yoink. Ah, War Within Epic. Nice. 604 now. I should kill the rare, shouldn't I, really? I didn't even spot there was a rare here. Should have spotted that earlier. Since it is a bountiful, we won't get experience for killing the rare. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced I'd have to do something ridiculous to actually get my account permabanned because of being in a relatively public position. That still doesn't mean I'm immune to doing something actually stupid, but I would like to think I wouldn't do anything stupid. But I mean, I'd be fine. It'd give us a good excuse to go play Diablo in Factorio, wouldn't it? I only did this because I assumed Brand would get a bunch of experience. Wow, we got 100 experience. Okay, killing the rare wasn't really that worth, was it? But hypothetically, which MMO would you play, if any? I don't think I'd play an MMO. I don't think if I ever stopped playing WoW, I don't think I'd play another MMO. I think MMOs are great conceptually, but I also now think that there's too much else out there that's, you know, too much else out there. I think the age of an MMO, World of Warcraft, in my opinion, is the last true remnants of what an MMO can be. A game that can theoretically keep you busy all the time. So many other games operate in MMO-ish kind of ways with like seasonal content and stuff like that, that I don't think I'd probably ever start playing another MMO. I don't think they have the same same value as they once used to. Mycomancer Caverns, Missing Pigs. Where's Mycomancer Caverns? Is that one? Let's go check that. See if Missing Pigs is up. Banished the game, not banished from WoW, just to be clear. I do want to try and... I've said this... Well, I've actually said this for years at this point, and I've not actually been able to do it properly. But I do want to start drawing a bit more of a distinction between just purely playing WoW. On stream, we tend to dabble a little bit more, but we still hyper-focus. It's still like... The stream is still 90-95% World of Warcraft. The Great Scavenger Hunt. Was this what we needed? No, we need Missing Pigs. I think it's going to be a bit of a gamble, but the new GTA game is the one game that could really push me to pivot strongly. If GTA 6 ends up being even 50% what we expect it to be. But this is the problem I worry about GTA 6. It's got 10 years of hype build up behind it. It's kind of in the same league as flipping, you know, player housing in WoW. There's so much built up desire for it that it's going to have to be an absolute monster of a god tier game to actually even come anywhere near the hype for it. But I'm intrigued all the same. The sinkhole. We need illusionary rescue in the sinkhole. That's this one, isn't it? That said, I'm not sure how good of a game GTA 6 will be from like a content creator point of view. GTA 5 was really good back in the day, but that was 10 years ago. And that was when content creation was very different, where you could record yourself playing a game for 20 minutes and upload it and get 1 million views. That doesn't really work anymore. Oh, this is the one we actually need. Oh, this will be the sinkhole finish then, right? Yes, this will be the sinkhole stories finished. Good riddance, because I flipping hate these water ones. Actually, thinking about it, I still need this Just Keep Swimming. Successfully complete a Cobis delve without ever losing your breath on tier 8 or higher. Does this count as one? I don't know. Right. Quick 2-minute break before we have a blast through this. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Get a water breathing pot, Drainic water breathing, 90 gold. That might not be a terrible idea. Water breathing. Drainic water breathing. Go. Oh, no, me pigeon's on cooldown for 4 minutes. Wasn't expecting me pigeon to be on cooldown. Alright, sure. Has Diablo installed yet? Hey, Diablo's installed. That was a relatively quick 130 gig. Nice. Twitch drops? Twitch drops? Flipping pony cosmetics. 4 weeks of Twitch drops. That's bold. Gift 2 Twitch subscriptions to earn the Ghost of the Conquered mount. Gift 4 Twitch subs earns you the Glory of the Victor mount. Wow, they've doubled up on the Twitch drops. Holy. No wonder there's so many people streaming it. Holy. Okay, sure. I didn't even realize Twitch drops were going to be a thing for it. That did not influence my decision to play it, by the way. What class am I going to go in D4? Very good question. I've not played it since the start. I think I've only ever played... what did I have? I can't remember. What did I play last time? It's you know, it's going to be a different game to when I played it last. So I don't know. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I think I went Barbarian. I'm pretty sure I went Barbarian last time. My bet is not Sorcerer. I watched Creparian play Sorcerer, and it was all about putting down silly firewalls and then making mobs walk through it to kill them. That didn't look very fun. I'm pretty sure I went Barbarian, at least for my main class. This time just go with the new class. New classes are always strong, aren't they? Yeah, I don't know. Melee source. Well, yeah, okay, that sounds crazy to me. Right, 1 minute on me pigeon. I guess I'll go get a drink while I wait for me pigeon. 14 seconds on the pigeon. If you've not played since release, the game is unrecognizable, totally different now. Sorceress was a lot of fun in Season 2. Born Lightning, just tele-stomping into a room, clearing the entire screen with White Death, so much fun. Yeah, it's been, I literally played Season 1. Got kind of annoyed by how... I can't remember what I got. Well, I got annoyed by the fact there was literally nothing to do once you'd finished leveling. Or at least it felt that way. Right, water breathing. That's going to solve one of my problems. Right, let's go save some Arathi, apparently. Oh, okay. On my first pull, I pulled the entire room. Let's see how well this goes, shall we? Oh, hello. What's going on there? Stop pulling me. No yoinky yoinky. Swipe and no swiping. Okay, well, we survived that onslaught. I didn't really mean to pull half the entire place in one go, but we're alright. We got through it. I do need to remember we're trying to do this deathless run for the achievement. Let's save you.
May Baladar stay in the light.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
They've pretty much fixed the gearing issues. They kind of fixed the inventory issues. They definitely added a real end game. They made the game way more fun to play minute to minute. Okay, well that sounds positive. Yeah, flipping gems taking up half your bag. Oh my god. Let me remember I need to not die here.
In hardship, kindness.
Oh, each one of these is spawning a dude, that's why. Is it a spoiler to talk about the end boss? If it's based on campaign, I'd say probably yes.
We have strayed from favor.
I usually go by the theory that if you think it might be a spoiler, it probably is. I mean, I usually don't care about that sort of stuff too much. Diablo is not obviously known, you know, for its story particularly, but there are others in chat that may not appreciate. Oh, this isn't even a bountiful one. Gems are now in the currency tab. Extracting aspects is streamlined really well now, less cloggy. Yeah, I think thinking back on this now, one of the reasons I didn't play any further is because they wanted me to regrind all of the essences every season, and I was like, fuck that. I spent way too much time cleaning the entire map to then have to go and do all of that again. Now, obviously, it's been long enough now that I'll probably quite happily play the game from square one again. But that was too much too soon last time I played. But yeah, you're right. It probably won't even look or feel like the same game. Might have accidentally pulled the world again here. So much for taking it slow and steady because I'm trying to do a deathless run. Pet, don't be dying on me. Where's Bran? He didn't feel like he's doing anything. Are you pew-pewing? No spoilers 3. I have to sell all of my rank 3 alchemical flasks before I can play Diablo. Priorities, right?
Is that your wallet?
This is reset day
You're
after
just
all.
glad to see me.
Need to get that.
Both, I hope.
Need to get those auctions auctioned. Cow with the Prime, thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. 17 months as well. Big numbers, thank you.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
We will triumph. The Emperor rewards the faithful.
God, why are none of these savable? Dungeon's got it in for me. When do you think people are going to start maxing out the profession trees? Well, I don't see it as being anywhere near as important to max out the profession trees this time round as it was in Dragonflight, because it's far more readily available to split off into different builds on different characters this time round, especially off the back of remix. Now, that's not to say that people won't start getting enough knowledge points to do silly things like that, but we've had, what, 200-ish knowledge points so far? But what you've got to remember is that is taking into account first-time crafts, which is probably 50% of that. So you're looking at about, give or take, 100 knowledge points a month. Ish. Probably less than 100 knowledge points a month. So a lot of the professions actually have even more knowledge points in them than they did in Dragonflight. I think it's not uncommon to see like 600-700 knowledge points if you actually add them up. So it's still a 6-month grind for most players if you wanted to actually fill the tree. Yet, when you look at things like engineering's like 480, I think. But even that's going to be a couple of months away. It was just surprising to see how quickly people did it in Dragonflight because of Dragon Shards. But we don't have Dragon Shards now, so we're kind of... We're at the mercy of what the game gives us on a weekly basis.
Close by.
So I don't think we'll be too surprised by somebody turning up with like it fully maxed when we least expect it. Breathe underwater.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Oh, that's number 7. We need one more. One more.
You are an
I don't think I should
outsider.
have stood in that, should
Yes.
I? Should I? Should have stood in that, should
Outsiders are a welcome.
You're looking a bit rough. Take
Nice.
a wee rest.
What am I in combat with? Oh, you silly fellas. Copies of me? Wait, what is the copies of me doing? Yeah, Fox came and tried to attack me. Wasn't expecting that. It's confusing how they put all the points you're supposed to get per week into the catch-up currency for crafting professions. Well, yeah, the crafting professions, I've voiced my opinion on the catch-up there. I don't particularly like the system because it doesn't feel very catch-uppy. Considering that you seem to get what appears like 1, maybe 2 patron orders a day from the catch-up system, if you're look at it from the perspective of later on in the expansion, if you're flipping 300, not, you know, it doesn't look too bad now, like, oh, 50, 60 knowledge points, you're like, oh, well, you know, that's, you know, maybe a couple of weeks of catch-up. But then when you think about it later on in the expansion, where you're trying to catch up a few hundred knowledge points, I'm not sure that being drip-fed an order per day is going to really cut the mustard, you know? That is, unless they just absolutely ramp up the amount of catch-up orders that they give you over time. Maybe it's just that we don't see it right now, but it still feels a bit slimy to me as it stands at the moment. It doesn't really feel like a catch-up system. It's not. It's. I suppose we're calling it a catch-up system. It feels a lot more like a. Not so much a catch-up system's almost the wrong word for it. It's almost like profession rubber banding, whereas if you do get accidentally too far behind, it will pull you closer to where you should be, which I guess you could argue is a catch-up system in its own right, but it's not the kind of catch-up system that we're used to seeing, let's put it that way. And in fact, it's going to feel really gross, because it's going to mean enchanting is going to feel like really good to catch up on. If you want to pick up enchanting like next season, you'll be able to not only pick up enchanting, but spend a bit of gold to like zerg yourself to a similar position everybody else is in. I say similar because it doesn't catch you up 100%, but it's going to feel weird that enchanting is going to get that luxury because they just go off and disenchant a bunch of shit. And then your crafting professions, oh no, you've got 3 months of patron orders to fill. 3 months of patron orders that you may or may not be able to fill, and you have to log in and check every day. It's the disparity between the professions that I think feels... If they were all the same, the fact that enchanting has got it good makes the rest of them look even more shit. That's probably maybe the issue. So in a way, yes, most other crafting professions are going to be looking very enviously at enchanting for how easy it is to catch up enchanting. But who knows? Maybe because the catch-up is so good on enchanting, enchanting will end up being the first profession to just be in the bin. That's also entirely possible. It could just end up being that so many people pick enchanting because of its fast catch-up that it's just nuked into 0 profits. Because ease of access sometimes works 2 ways. If the barrier to entry is very low, which a good catch-up system would produce, then it's going to attract an awful lot more people. Why has everything pulled? I didn't pull everything then. I'm sure that wasn't me. What the Christ on a bicycle is going on here? I did not pull half of this. This might fuck up my entire Deathless run if I'm not careful. But always blames his Bran.
You won't hit us with that one.
Stinky, don't be dying on me. Okay. I would have preferred not to have pulled that entire section in one go, but I think we did alright. Well, that was easy.
That's more
Double
like
jump
it.
with a bonus heal. Better than nothing. That is the glass is half full approach to it. It is definitely the glass is half full approach that, you know, at least having some catch-up system is better than nothing. But when it's already baked into a system that I don't particularly like, the patron order system is questionable at the best of times. It's, in essence, fixing a problem that players had in Dragonflight, in that nobody ever felt they had any work orders. But the reason people were chasing down work orders so aggressively in Dragonflight was actually for the reason that Blizzard fucked up by not giving you any way to level to 100 without them. So this is another one of those things where sometimes when you get players complaining about something, you have to actually dig a little bit deeper to find out what's causing the problem. Why Band-Aid solutions sometimes don't actually do their job, because they're not actually addressing why people were pissed in the first place. People weren't strictly pissed that there was no public orders. People were pissed that they needed the public orders to level their profession. Slightly different argument. Patron order, you know, there's not been any, there's basically been zero complaints about there not being any public orders this expansion. Why? Because there's always a list of patron orders, but it's the same actual issues that most players don't feel like they want to fill them, because they feel they're getting absolutely fisted. And rightly so, because if you're both blacksmithing and engineering actually have some horrendously painful patron orders. I'm not even talking about the mean ones like the mount, like just half the toys that turn up. Like the toys have got like 30-40k worth of materials in them even to this day, some of them. You get a work order for a wormhole generator and they provide you no chaos circuits, but you're just not filling that shit. It's just not happening. Why would I spend 30,000 gold on a bag of goodies that might contain 200 gold of mats and 1 knowledge point? It just doesn't make any sense. This is why I was quite critical of patron orders, saying that they need to be less random than they are. Because there needs to be some smarts in there to say, right, let's actually provide some materials here, fellas, you know? Struggling with Jewelcrafting. Struggling in which way? Jewelcrafting similarly obscene. Well, Jewelcrafting doesn't have the biggest of crafts. They have made Jewelcrafting a little bit easier recently in the fact that initially everybody was asking for quality 3 gems, which was, yes, definitely a problem. Now they're most often asking for Q2 gems, which means you shouldn't have to be throwing... There shouldn't be so many completely dead orders with Jewelcrafting anymore. Because you should always, like, it doesn't matter how terrible you are at cutting gems, you can still use concentration to make a Q2 if you have to. And it doesn't take many points in gem cutting to be able to guarantee quality 2 gems. Leveling it to 100, it's actually probably one of the worst for leveling it to 100. It's one of the worst and one of the best. One of the worst because there's nothing you can get from the trainer or by crafting gems that's actually going to get you to level 100. You do have to go buy or farm recipes or fill ring and neck orders, which you might not have spec'd into. What's this cozy campfire about? No. Okay, that wasn't even a bountiful delve, but we got 2 birds with 1 stone there. We should have got the just keep swimming achievement. We should have also got the sinkhole stories done. One less chunk of stories to do. Looking at around 2 million profit from concentration crafts today. Can expect around 25% more crafts in 4 days though. Not all alts had full concentration. That's pretty solid results once you can sell it all. Three out of 6 of my patron orders for Jewelcrafting want me to use 16k worth of mats. Oh, vicious bloodstones, get out of here. Oh, yeah, some of the PvP orders were a little bit gross. I'll give you that.
Cobus infest the hungering pool and attack our people.
How the new BM changes feeling? Absolutely no clue. I've not changed anything. I don't play my BM hunter to that degree to notice any of these changes. These are for people who stand at training dummies. Absolutely zero noticeable difference for me. Skittering Breach. What do we need from here? Which one's Skittering Breach? Didn't we go check that one? I'm pretty sure we went and checked that one. I think the sinkhole's the last one we needed to check out here. Underkeep stories. The Spiral Weave is bountiful, but we've got all the stories from there. Underkeep story. Wow, I've only done the Underkeep once. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That's clearly going to be the last one. We need to check that every day. Oh dear.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them.
The Empire is forever.
Let's go and have a look. Oh look, a charged claymore patron offer with only a spark in it. I think I'll pass. Yeah. Yeah, blacksmithing is probably the worst for patron orders. Engineering is pretty goddamn bad. Leatherwork, to be fair, most of the gear crafting ones are pretty painful. Because even if you spec'd into gear crafting, the concept is that you're not meant to be your expertise is in making the thing, right? the expectation is that you're good at making the thing and somebody brings you the materials to make it, but the patrons didn't seem to get that memo. Which obviously means that blacksmithing gets the worst of it because it has the most expensive materials as well. Get some stuff on the auction house. Don't post it, don't sell it. Bolton, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Right, what's going to be in here then today? The underkeep. Where the flipping hell's the entrance to this place? It's here, isn't it? Is this it? Yeah. What story do we need? Please be one we need. The Weaver's Rescue. We'll take it. We need that one. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, there's a treasure I need in here as well. Only available in the Runaway Evolution and the Weaver's Rescue story variants. Well, we'll get that today as well. Ah, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. Love this. Just in time for us to go off and play Diablo 4 for a few days. Diablo 4 actually will be a good test to see how much willpower I have to come back and do concentration crafts, even if I'm having fun playing another game. That is, if I end up enjoying Diablo 4, that is. That is an assumption. Wait, how do I... Oh, have I got to... unfreeze you, fellas. Rescue you. Rescue you. Rescue you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Right. Willpower? What's that? Hey, we're gamers. We got loads of willpower. I have the willpower to put off any form of adulting in order to play video games all day. That's willpower. Oh, let's not stand in that. We go out of our way to have better willpower than anybody else. Pet do pet things, because what the fuck are these things doing? Go away! Go away! Shoo! Shoo! The most polite way possible, fuck off. Oh, pet's dead, not good. Oh, I really want to get to the point where I can turn Bran off healer mode, but I'm still going to be way too squishy. Without Bran throwing me healer pots, I'm done. I'm toast. What level's my Bran? I think he's like level 30, 32, something along those lines. He's not super high. He could definitely do with a few more bountifuls under his belt, though. I bought mats to craft. Why? I don't know how we say that word. Oh, it's creamy potatoes, okay. Sounds tasty all the same. Wait, Bran, will you relax? Bran, stop!
The answers are here.
Oi! What's he doing? Bran! Bran! Oh, he's destined to cause problems, this lad. Right, well, we're gonna do it, but Bran went rogue. He's lost his mind. Bran's clearly ran out of concentration. That's the problem. Be an easy one. You up there. You there. You there. You there. Bingo. $32-inch LG for your little brother for his birthday? Jesus.
Nice.
Jesus. You must love your little brother. I ain't never had gifts like that from my siblings. Admittedly, I am the eldest, but... dead end. Hello? How do we get that treasure then? We're gonna have to go all the way around. Key scroll. Does that let me open the door? Aha, okay. Three-quarters of it, I'm shit at math, shit at spelling too. You're doing alright over there. Do we need to send help, Rose? Don't worry, we all have those days. Stinky, no dying. Yeah, I'll tell you what, our DPS has definitely increased this week. We've gone up like 5 item levels, and I can see a noticeable difference in my DPS though, which is a phenomenon that I'm not used to, because I don't really gear my characters hardly ever. Not that 604 is geared, but woohoo! Seeker of the Loot. Yes. Seeker of the Loot is I. And I would go as far as to say that I've managed to gain an increase in my DPS, even though BM Hunter changes have come in. Although I'm not really paying much attention to the Hunter changes. All I heard was a 5% single target DPS nerf. I don't know how it works though. Like I said, if I was doing mythic raiding, I'd care about my DPS meter, but... I'm loving Delves due to the extra gearing options for characters without having to needing to group up. I do like that Delves are an alternative option, yes. I like the fact that it gives me absolutely zero desire to go do much else from a gearing perspective. Yeah, I wonder how long that luxury is gonna be a luxury. Like, delves are fun to do now, but if they don't add more delves later on in the expansion, I do worry. Because if they don't add more delves, these are going to get very samey once you've done them every week consistently, week on week. At least they were smart enough to put, like, different stories in each one, so... can I not pop these now? Oh, they do have health bars, I just can't see them. Okay. We have entrances in the maps with no delves yet. Oh, even in the current zones? I hadn't noticed. If that's if that's the case, that's a good sign, if nothing else. I mean, if we know Blizzard well enough, we'll understand that there'll probably be one, if not two, new zones as well to play with, which will come with its own handful of delves, I would guess. I'm going to get you out of the way first, because otherwise you're going to creep up on me and rip me a new one. What do you think of cloth farming with tailoring and inscription farm? Is it good? I mean... if you're out doing content anyway, the cloth you get, the inscription, I mean, it's difficult because Dark Moon cards are worth pennies, like quite literally pennies. A Dark Moon card at 15 gold a piece, like, is barely not even worth picking up. That's the kind of thing that you delete out your bags when they get full. Cloth, I don't know. Worth is one of those questions where you can only answer it yourself, really. If it's, you know, if it's worth it for you to do it, then do it. I find it very difficult. I don't know if this is just semantics and me being picky, but I find it very difficult to answer questions with the word worth in it. Because, to me, farming cloth, Absolutely no fucking chances. You couldn't pay me to farm cloth. But to some people, it makes enough gold that it's a more than comfortable adventure for them. If you enjoy do it. Worth is subjective. If what you get out of it is enough for you to do it, then do it. For me, farming is only ever a means to an end. Like, farming is usually one of those things you do because your other options are either so bad. You farm to make gold. That's the main thing. I know a lot of people claim to get fun and enjoyment out of farming. I think what they get enjoyment out of is having more gold at the end of it. I don't think if you took the gold away, because nobody farms for free, right? Nobody's out there farming shit just because they enjoy farming it. No, they're doing it because they make gold. If they didn't make gold, they wouldn't be doing it. E.g., they probably don't actually enjoy the farming. What they enjoy is the result of farming, which is subtly different. I will tinker with crafting professions all day, even if they're not really making me any gold. Which showcases to me that I enjoy the journey of playing with the professions and that the gold is then a bonus to me. So then, whether they make gold or not, it's still worth me doing because I enjoy it. I personally cannot say the same about farming. I only enjoy farming when the reward is so substantial that you're almost foolish to be doing anything else. But that doesn't happen very often.
You got to dodge!
Pran's doing a good job of taking the aggro for me on these, though. He can keep up with that if he wants. No, get off my ass. It's done.
Oh, Bran's got your back.
Surely this is enough. Okay, we're nearly there with our blood collection. Oh, okay. We need to go this way anyway, though. Nice. Just the big boss, I guess? Just a big boss. Clear these out the way. Alrighty, how does this work then? Last time I was here you had big green chains, but this seems to be the ice variation of this place, so let's see what you do, shall we? Let's just not get hit by whatever that is. It's probably a good start. Encasing webs, I don't like the sound of.
You won't hit us with that one.
Okay, we need to defeat her fast enough so that the floor doesn't get full of these void businesses. Dying. Bran. Dying. I touched a void and something happened. I got stunned. Right, encasing webs is the one I want to interrupt then, so I don't get stunned. One advantage of being a hunter is I can actually basically ignore half the mechanics, because they just don't apply to me at ranged. This is why I think melee classes get it bad sometimes. Because this would be annoying as all hell right now. You'd be kiting around, trying to not stand in the void thing. As far as I'm concerned, I couldn't care less. Pet doesn't care, so I don't care. Weaver rescue. There we go. Nice.
I'll give you a hand with this one.
Treasure! I know they said they'd upped the amount of reagents from the delves. I have not seen it make any difference whatsoever. And I'm only doing tier 8 delves. So I was expecting to get like a reagent or two from each delve run. Absolutely no chance. It's another one of those they've doubled it from 0.01% chance to 0.02% chance. It's kind of yes, we've increased. We have made the number go bigger. But the reality is I don't think it's made a blind bit of difference to the material supply. They increase the amount of rewards you get when you get lucky. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You do need to figure out the RNG of getting lucky first, though. Let me out. I'm not allowed out. We're in Delve Purgatory. No, we're out. We're good. Right. That's treasures. We've just got Nemesis and we've got the stories to do. Takrethan Abyss. Goblin Mischief. Pheromone Fury. Where's this one? No. That's this one, isn't it? Let's have a look. Nemesis, Zekvir time. Well, we are in the right area. We are in the right area. And apparently it has been made easier, which gives at least me a fighting chance. Goblin Mischief. Hey, it's like it's made for us. This is right down our alley. Well, we need this one for the story, so we do this. Tinderboxes are up 1.7 to 2k today. Yeah, I kind of was thinking about buying a bunch of tinderboxes yesterday and kind of regret not doing it. My goblin brain was screaming at me to buy tinderboxes yesterday, and for whatever reason I just didn't. Mostly because I'm not at the position where I need to make many risks. And flipping for me is always a risk. It just as easily can go up as it can go down. bought 1,000 of them. Sheesh. Money today then. Right, we've got to find some repair kits for our gobbo friends, do we? Oh no, this is another stinky water one, isn't it? Oh, and I only bought one of those underwater potions. Why did I buy one underwater potion? Why did I buy one? Who buys one of anything? Okay, right, well, we're doing this properly then, apparently. Pro gamer mode, you ready for this?
Wherever the action.
Oh wait, I don't have a health bar. Oh, I've still got 10 minutes on it. Oh, go faster mode enabled. Pull the entire zone. Speed run this bitch. Searching, searching, repair kit, searching. Now I'm actually thinking about it, since people do less and less delves, the price may actually go up. Considering that the price, considering there's been some significant changes to how you acquire them, and the price hasn't really moved, they've been pretty rock solid. There was no aggressive crash, no bubble pop, no craziness on them. There is some logic to that. But I think it might only, you know, whilst the supply, yes, might go down, the question also comes into play as well, is the demand also going to go down? But considering what they're used for, big ball stockpile for season 2, that they would be monster balls, yeah.
Good find. Let's see.
What we got here then? Increase health by 100%. Yeah, I don't think it will be too long into 10.0.5 where materials will probably hit their sort of bottoming point before season 2. I mean, not knowing really much of anything of what's coming in 11.1 kind of means anything right now is like hyper early level speculation. But something like tinderboxes, which we've already seen, is used in a bunch of stuff, even intermediate products. The fact that there's not a single piece of crafted plate gear that can exist without a tinderbox coming somewhere near it kind of goes to show that it's still going to be important throughout the entire expansion. Whew! It's getting windy outside. The roof nearly came off the house. Luckily, I don't live in Florida, though. We need to turn them all like that. Look, boom, genius, genius, me. Fine, then the polar bears can come in. A touch early for the polar bears, even still. So I've got two guard dogs. Two guard dogs that will protect me. I don't have polar bears for reference, by the way. Bears, maybe, but not polar bears. Just had it a glass of Coke. Tell it to get back on Santa's sleigh. I've never figured out if this is just like one of those rumors or whether it's something that's actually true. But Christmas is red because of Coca-Cola, right? The only reason we think of Christmas as red is because of Coke. It was all a marketing strategy like 100 years ago or something. I don't know if that's one of those things that everybody thinks is true but actually is complete bullshit made up, or whether it's the other way around. That that's actually like, oh, that's cool, didn't know that situation. Holiday originated from the pagan stuff, but it is a lot of marketing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Coke has got something to do with it. We just kind of go around that one. Can we kind of just sneaky around these as well? No, because that's where the thing is. I need to keep a real close eye on this potion. As soon as this runs out, I'm not going to notice. Oh. Well, fucking hell killed me. Ha! Okay. Well, I paid too much attention to it because I went and got myself killed. Genius, that. Didn't my pet die? My pet didn't even die. Oh, I really ballsed up there. Maybe don't stand in defying breath, maybe. Symbols in Christianity: red is the blood of Jesus and green is the evergreen tree representing eternal life as it stays this hue throughout the winter. These two colours also represent the leaves and holy berries embodying the crown of thorns on Jesus' head. Okay. Oh, shit. Air bubble. Fuck. Not paying attention. Air bubble. So maybe Coke didn't have everything to do with it, but just something. Just stand on the air bubble. That fixes one of my problems, doesn't it?
Got your back.
We like Coke nonetheless. I stopped drinking Coke about a year ago, you know, and it's I didn't change anything else about my diet whatsoever. And as you guys can probably tell when I sit and play video games a lot, you know, it's not like I'm doing a physically active job. But I changed absolutely nothing else about my diet apart from I stopped drinking Coke. And I lost a bunch of weight and felt much better. I never really believed it when people were like, oh yeah, Coke is like cancer for you. But it literally is. Oh shit, what are we doing here? Oh, this looks fun. Boom! What's going on here? What? Fire! Yo, that was cool. Abomination. Fuck him up. Right, I'm just going to stand on this little air bubble and hopefully we can kill him from there. Do a little dodge occasionally for the mushrooms. Otherwise, get back on our air bubble. That way I can't go wrong. What item level am I? 60 something? 604. Nothing that would be considered impressive. What's heroic gearing right now? 619? That's probably my end of season goal. We can do delves up to about 619, I think. Down he goes. Goblin Mischief. Another one ticked off. How many delves has that been today? Was that 4 now? 4. 5. We've done 5 delves today. Nearly got our 8 for the week done already. That's cool. The amount of delves we're going to need to do on a daily basis is going to drop anyway, because I'm doing a lot at the moment to try and get this done. I'm already starting to complete some of these though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dungeons I need to check every day. Or delve, sorry. One can of Coke per day is around 7 kilograms of fat per year. Jesus. Yeah, when you break it down like that, you can understand why that stuff is horrid for you. 3 Gloom Fathom hides. They're not tinderboxes, game. You screwed me. Okay. Right. That's our delving adventure done today. Unless, of course, we want to give Nemesis a go. Should we go try and kill Zekvir himself? Do we think we've got the beans? What's going on here? What's Zan up to? Group has been disbanded. What's going on here? What's occurring? Drank more than 5 to 6 cans a day for 20 years. Stayed slim due to lots of... Well, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? Yeah, sure. It's fine if you can burn all of that extra sugar off. If you can't, though, you're... you got a problem on your hands. Tried to go with non-sugar Coke Pepsi ages ago. The taste wasn't there. 4 to 5 years ago, my blood sugar was in a risky place. Tried again. Tastes way better these days, but I drink sugary if I'm at restaurants to meals and stuff. I drink lemon Fanta. It's the 0 sugar variation, but because it's lemon, so it's sour, not sweet, there's way less actual artificial sweetness in it, which is what tastes gross. I drink that instead of Coke. Along with the coffees and the apple juices and everything else you see me drink on stream, but... Right, let's give this dude a go then. Let's give him a go. I've not killed this dude yet. We got this. Absolutely nothing could possibly go wrong. Bran is level 31. We'll leave him in healer mode because I'm definitely going to need him in healer mode. Right, what could possibly go wrong? $80 million pushover. World first, you ready? Right, let's do this. What could possibly go wrong? Let's not stand in that for starters. Enfeebling spitting. Don't like the sound of that either. Stinky, don't be dying on me. Web terror. Don't know what the hell that does. Let's not get hit by that. I'm going to assume we need to kill this before it hatches. I didn't even see that was a thing. Oh my god! Okay, that's a one shot. Well, to be fair, I was like half health. Okay. That slaps then. That's fun. We go again. Right. I weirdly want to stand a little bit closer to him. Just so when he does this, I can more easily get out of the way of it. Enfeebling spit. Don't know what the hell that does. Take the thing down. I suspect is the play. Don't stand in whatever that is. web business. Right. So far, no problemos. Ooh. Stinky, don't be dying on me. Oh no, I've let my pet die. It's game over. Oh, what the fuck are you doing up there?
Hang in there.
Oh my god. Right, I should be dead technically now. We've had our get out of jail free card. Let's focus on. Everybody shush. Fucking hell. Bran, sling me some potions, you bitch! There we go, thank you. Fuck off with your big slam. Got to keep those disengages crispy. Ah, shit, pet's dead. Bran, you're tanking. Oh no, stupid hatchling. Die already, you son of fuck! Get out! Ah! Oh god! I should have died there. I fat fingered turtle. I fat fingered turtle so hard then. Easy, right? Easy mode. World first. Relic of Blood Relic of Zekvir. What does it do? Randomly while in combat, a blood feast will attach itself to Bran, periodically launching morsels of itself near players, granting bloodstained blessing on those walking through them. Increases damage and healing done by 2% and reduces maximum health by 3%. Okay, sounds cool. Ooh, a spine. Should we try the blood relic out? What's this look like? Ooh, that's kind of cool. I really should have died at the end there, though. I would have cried if I died at 1%, to be honest. In fact, I think I'd probably rage quit. No gear, no cosmetics, no nothing. What do we get? 46 gold worth ad break time. Okay. Looking forward to the question mark stream. And when we do the double difficulty one. I might need a few more item levels under my belt before I do that. Although the reality is it's just mechanical, isn't it? Does it particularly change? Does it probably just throw an extra mechanic at you and everything is just one shot, I would guess. Oh, it does change. All right. Well, I'm not going to adventure on that one just now. I wasn't really planning on doing that right now, if I'm honest, but it turned out to be not too difficult. Pet gets one shot too, so it's pretty hard on BM. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, well, that doesn't sound anything like something I want to do right now. Righty then. Well, we did. Let's head back to the main city. Let's head back and see. I say I haven't done any time walking dungeons. I'm tempted to have a little bit of a look and see what the time walking feels like. Including the alts I set up yesterday and profit from today, I'm out of stock in about 10 minutes. 2.8 to 2.9 million profit. It's not bad. It's not bad. Makes it all worthwhile. Probably gonna need it, right? If you set up like 100 alts or something. Toxic victory. The joy of toy. Oh, 500 toys. Oh, nice. 3k Delver's Journey. Bunch of undercoins, some res crystals. Nice. What's my journey looking like right now? That button. No, not that button. The button before that button. 1, 2, 3, 4. What have we got? Mount Cosmetic, Mount Cosmetic, Mount Cosmetic, Mount... Are they all Mount Cosmetics? Oh, we get brown paint next. Can't wait for some brown paint. Let me go out and do some more to get some brown paint. Speak to Reno Jackson to receive a trusty hat. Restored coffer keys from Sir Finley. 500 res crystals. And then 4 of 8 adventurer gear right at the very end. I can't be the only one that thinks this is very underwhelming, right? Not that I really wanted it to be anything super duper mega fancy, but this feels very underwhelming. It's a cool mount. I'm not gonna lie, the mount you get is kind of cool, but the rest of the rewards, considering it's like the first season, where you'd have thought there'd have been a lot of creativity and a big push on it. I don't know. What else we got? How many undercoins have I got? 7,600. 34,000 needed to obtain everything. 8, 16, 24, 32. I'm less than 24. I'm about 20% of the way there on my undercoins. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Now, I don't think I've been doing a lot of delves, but I thought I'd done more than 20%. Oh no. Oh no. How much of this am I not going to care about, though? Cosmetics for the mount, probably not going to care about. That saves me 10k straight away. Oh, the adventure gear is then bought with the undercoins as well. Oh, okay. So the 580 catch-up gear for your alts actually comes from undercoins from the word go. Interesting. I've not even looked at any of these so far. Okay.
Commander.
So these are the ones you get from the journey.
For the Alliance.
Oh, wait, hang on. Achievement in progress? There's an achievement to get all of the cosmetics for this mount, isn't there? There actually is. Flying in style, of course there is. Okay.
Orders, Commander.
And then a huge amount of cosmetics, which all turn up. Oh, a lot of this is drops. Oh, these are the ones you can get as... Oh, okay, now I understand. There's a set of gear for each class, which you can buy the others of with your resonance crystals if you're not farming it on multiple class types. Okay, sure.
Have a good one.
Alrighty. So it's the last thing we need now, the Lawmaster one. We just need to complete these story ones. We've got to keep up with these. How many of these have we got? 1... 2... 3... 4... 5, 6... 7. 7 to go. Oh, hang on, the wife's calling. Please hold. Alrighty, right, where did we get to? What was I doing? No idea. Oh yeah, I was checking the story modes, wasn't I? So, realistically, not too many more delves for the glory thing now. Basically, I'm at the point where I do my bountifuls to get my... Yeah, I can mostly now use my keys to do my bountifuls to make sure I've got my weekly stuff done. And from that point, I'm happy, I think. This will naturally happen across the period of a week. And then as soon as we've got all the stories done, I might struggle to do this, but by that point I probably won't care. All coming together nicely. The achievement Discords showcasing what comes up on what days, or what are up today. Oh, I see. Okay, clever. It didn't want to load that for me properly. I'll try that again. Hang on. No, it still doesn't load for me properly. I'll load it in Discord later. I'll have a look. Good to know. Good to know. Righty, I wonder if I want to actually tinker and do some of the weekly stuff. We blasted through patron orders first thing this morning, so I don't need to worry about patron orders for a couple of days, which is nice. Nice position to be in. A couple of days before I have to worry about this. The question is do I want to get any of the other weekly stuff done on these dudes, or do we want to just chill? What time is it? Did I actually finish the theatre event earlier? I did as well. Hey, you know what? I've actually made some progress today. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with some of the progress we made. There's a set order or process by which the delves are set. I believe if you check the achievements, for example, the second delve for all the achieves is up for 1. It should also be up on the others. Oh, okay. So they're not totally random then. They do appear in a somewhat fixed order. Okay. Boom! Sales. Money. Okay, let's start getting some of the weekly profession stuff done.
How may I aid you?
We need our leatherworking quests, we need our jewelcrafting quests. Dare I say it, I should probably go and do Dark Moon, shouldn't I? Okay, let's just get it done, because if it's on that list, it's going to annoy me that it's there.
I have calibrated my prices to be
what do I need?
reasonable.
I need baubles. Is it bright baubles? No, it's not, is it? It's shiny baubles.
My thanks for your patronage.
2 buttons I can press very quickly are these 2. So they're already in my bags. Wait, why won't you let... Oh, there we go. 290 artisan security. Pristine is 400, isn't it? There's a good chance we'll get this today for leatherworking as well. 110 artisan security today? Yeah, easy.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Bacon with the prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Kind of want to make dinner now. See, it's not even 3 PM. And I'm kind of contemplating when I go and eat food. But I don't want to eat. I don't want to go and eat food too early today because the wife has. She had to go to the doctors, and so she's wombo comboing going to the doctors with going to the store. Now, if I eat food too early, there's a chance she's going to come back with tasty food, and I'm not going to be hungry. So I got to time this right today. It's also Wednesday, so I don't really object throwing the stream up again this evening. Maybe play some Diablo, a few beers. Can I have a plate? If you can make it to Finland in the next probably 3 hours, you're more than welcome. Got to think strategically. Exactly. Don't want to accidentally eat too early and then have the wife turn up with something cool to eat. Then I'm not hungry for it. That'd be crazy.
How you do it, man? Stay away
Eyes on the prize.
Spirits be with you, man.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Relax. You be careful, man. Be seeing
How do you accidentally eat? I slipped and fell into the man.
I'm listening. Victory for Sylvanus.
It's not the most politically correct program in the world, but it's still like the Little Britain sketch where there's the the guy comes out onto his driveway with his wife and his kids to make a public announcement explaining how he was clearly dogging in a what was it? I was in the car. It was my gentlemanly duty to offer the Rastafarian fella a ride. And upon offering him a ride, I slammed on the brakes and part of him accidentally entered me. So if you've not seen it, that last 30 seconds made no sense to you whatsoever. But just Google it.
What is it? Farewell.
Look up the shawarma fell into my mouth video. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be safe for work or not. Right, we're going to go do treasures. Am I really going to put myself through going and doing treasures first thing today? The theory here is if I go and do it, then it's done, right? I say every week I'm going to stop farming these treasures, but then I go and farm them anyway, because I can't possibly finish the week set with just like so easy knowledge points to obtain for free. It's against the law to leave it there. You know what we do is we do a timer, and we do 10 minutes maximum. If it takes me more than 10 minutes to get these treasures, we peace out, we do something else. And in other words, if it takes me more than 10 minutes, we'll just reset the timer. Oh my god, look at all them chickens. There's one. I see one. Deep stone fragment. One impenetrable chicken. We weren't penetrating the chicken, were we? You know what I mean. I was I was doing these treasures on one of my alts yesterday. Two treasures, two for two right now. And I suddenly realised one of my characters has 0 gear, like basically 0 gear, and I was getting one shot by mobs. It's when I realised that some of my crafting toons need at least some slight upgrades. Oh, I thought we were going to be 3 for 3 then. Oh my god, look at all the dirt piles. Not leaving anything up to chance. Come here, you. Oh no, I can't, I'm in combat. Come back here, Gobbo. Ah, why are you spitting shit so far away? Okay. 1. Yo, Zan, if you're still lurking, did you check if enchanting's gone up by another, like, billion points this week? I think the catch-up enchanting is going to be so fast in a few weeks that you're going to be able to use enchanting to practically max build any profession you want just by itself. Expecting a plus 14 increase. Yeah, see, if that's the case every week, give it a month, you're going to be able to just disenchant a bunch of shit with enchanting, drop enchanting in favour of whichever profession you actually want, and GG. Yo, them money. 564, 3k. I know there's kind of we mathed out a few days on stream, and a few YouTube videos cropped up talking about it over the weekend, about how you can basically now do herbalism mining. Herbalism, mining, a touch of skinning if you really want, and enchanting, and basically have enough artisan security to full build a profession in one go. Which, wombo comboing that with leveling from 70 to 80, it's probably a really solid use of time right now. If you think how long it takes you to level herbalism and mining to max, and then get all the treasures, all the catch-up treasures from them as well, plus all of the XP you get from leveling enchanting, I reckon you can take a level 70 to at least level 75, like, really quite quickly. And in theory, you're making gold all the way to 80 if you continue with herbalism and mining as well. Level a character, get 2,000 artisan security, and make a shitload of gold, all in one go. It seems like a win-win-win situation. And when it's a win-win-win, you don't mind if it takes you, 4 or 5 hours to level to 80, because you're making gold at the same time. Rarely can you level characters and make a sizable amount of gold at the same time, but herbalism and mining right now is still so good. Wombo combo it with catch-up points. Wombo combo it with leveling enchanting for artisan security. You ding 80, you've got 100 plus 40 build in whichever profession you want, and all your knowledge point books in an afternoon. It's pretty wild. Right, one leatherworking one, and then this dude is done. We got 3 out of 4 in 6 minutes. That's not too bad. I can live with that average. You watch this last one take 10 minutes by itself now. Is there a way to know how many catch-up points I'm missing? Yes. Use this little week aura. It tells you exactly how many points you're missing. There's a link in that sheet. This one up here tells you exactly how many points you're missing. The green ones is your catch-up points. I mean, if we can assume 14 knowledge points a week via enchanting, we can kind of math out exactly when it's going to be. That you just level enchanting and then drop it for all of your artisan security. What's 14 times 5? Like 70? So that's 70 artisan security every additional week. How do you catch up with blacksmithing? Slowly and expensively. The crafting professions have a horrible catch-up system. It's a catch-up system, so you can't complain that heavily. It's better than dragon shards because at least it's somewhat in your control, but it's still aggressively random. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm almost going to say dragon shards was a better catch-up system than what patron orders are for crafting professions, because at least every time you got a dragon shard, it was like, oh, I got a dragon shard, and you'd go hand it in and you'd do something. The problem was that it was never really figured out how to easily or deterministic ways of going and getting them, so it was just kind of random in that regard. But it was a good feel moment every time you got one. They were like, oh, now I can add this to the pile. These goddamn patron orders, you have to log in and check them every single day. And especially for professions like blacksmithing, 4 days out of 7, you're going to look at it and go, fuck no. And so it's just going to, instead of that, oh, cool, I've got a knowledge point moment, it's going to be, oh, it's fucking stupid 12 sanctified alloys again. On a daily login. You're going to be disappointed 5 out of 7 days a week with the current catch-up system. And in a video game where they are, by proxy, selling good feelings, that's not a good feeling. Not every single day, a few times a day. Some of the crafting orders are 8 hours long. It sucks to miss points. Well, yeah, this is it. At least daily. Oh, I got a dragon shard now. I have to fly to the Inaran Plains. These goddamn patron orders. At least I can log on my alts. I suppose, but that 30-second flight to go hand it in was never the worst part of it, really. Right, it took us exactly 10 minutes to get all 4 of those, so I can't complain too heavily about the treasures on this dude this week. Although, now we only have to do the same thing on like 20 plus characters. For professions that take ages at the moment, I'm just going to AFK them until Blizzard buffs them more. Well, yeah, in a weird way, the professions that are more gross for patron orders are actually the professions I care about the least right now from a gold making perspective. Engineering, is pretty terrible for patron orders, but the reality is there's not a huge amount of gold there, all the same. Blacksmithing, unless you are using concentration on alloys or you're crafting gear for other people, is pretty painful. Patron orders on blacksmithing are just absolute cancer. Leatherworking is absolutely dog doo-doo from concentration perspective and is a bit weird for like guaranteed quality 3s. So it's also not a profession I care about too heavily. All that said, I'm going to go look at it right here, right now. Orders, if we can do orders. Orders, if we can do orders. Well, that's a freebie. Any money in any of these? 500 gold, no thank you. 3,500 gold, no thank you. 3,700 gold, no thank you. Money, take that. We need a thunderous hide. I'm going to go drop my bank over here. Oh, no, not that one. What's the last one? Summon of Worth? That's annoying. 600 gold. 600 gold. We get about 200 gold on average from this thing. Probably slightly less now. 150 gold from this. 2 knowledge points, though. It's the least offensive one. It's the least offensive with most reward. Or the alternative is I wait till later in the week for something better. I think I just wait for later in the week for something better. What have we got with Jewelcrafting? Blasphemite craft, 1,000 gold loss. Prism, no mats, not happening. Stone, no mats, 500 gold for 10 artisan security, not happening. Quick sapphire, 700 gold, even after the pentagold, not happening. Verse sapphire, 30 artisan security for 1,000 gold, not happening. 1,500 gold. Wow, not a single order that's actually worth picking up. I don't know. This would be giving Blizzard too much credit, but it feels like the orders you get at the beginning of the week are terrible. Like, later on in the week, you'll often get some good ones that you can just chip away at and smash through. But, like, at the beginning, they seem to be really bad. That's assuming that there's any sort of smart system to it at all, which I don't believe there is. But, well, so much for my we'll easily get 320 400 artisan security today. That didn't happen, did it? Okay, that's, for the most part, all I can do on this dude, profession-wise. For now, we're at the mercy of patron orders. We burnt our concentration this morning. And we didn't really gain anything knowledge point-wise particularly. Although, I am at the point on this dude already where I'm kind of like max build here. I either start sitting on points to fill out these, or what else would I do with this because this tree is fully built I've got this is full spec'd. If I ever need to process materials, this is fully spec'd on another Jewelcraft of mine. This is the only tree with Jewelcrafting I haven't put any points in with anybody. But do I actually care? I don't think I do. I weirdly don't know where I spend points on this dude now, other than slowly but surely filling out all of these outer ones. I actually don't know. Think about that another day. What's going on here? What in the world have I done there? I don't understand some of my choices sometimes. I put 30 points in here and then nothing anywhere else. And then put 15 points here and 17 points here. What was I thinking? At least fill the damn node first. Oh, this is still level 93. Haven't even leveled it to 100. Probably because of not getting any of these orders. Alright, that dude's done. That dude's done. Is it normal that I'm getting patron orders for crafts, for recipes I don't have? Unfortunately, very, very common, yes. $15 to 20 characters. How can I farm a shard on every single one of them? I mean, everybody has more knowledge points than me in Dragonflight. It sucked. This way I can log in, 30 seconds, log off. That's it. Those sorts of systems, though, those sorts of systems work. That is a blessing and a curse, because any annoyance to you is also an annoyance to everybody else. Any quality of life for you is quality of life for everybody else. And so you tend to find that those things sort of balance it. They normalize each other. It's the age-old argument of just print more money. Just give everybody more money, then everybody's got more money. It doesn't actually fix anything. And so this is often the thing with these sort of catch-up systems. This is why there needs to often be a delay before catch-up systems are implemented, and there needs to be a bit of a ramp-up process of them. Because they don't always work in your favour. Oh, there's the default reset day profane tinderbox nerfed question mark. Good old WoW economy subreddit. God, that place is a... Oh, that place is a fiesta of fun sometimes. Every week, without fail. And I bet if I look hard enough, there's going to be a Tinderbox buffed post as well. Has Tinderboxes been stealth buffed? At the exact same time as somebody's claiming that they've been stealth nerfed. Every time. Wow, Inscription. I am now the grand total of nearly 100 patron orders behind. Ouch. Ouchie, ouch.
The winds guide you. Ah, I've been expecting you.
Reddit moderation. Reddit is amusing. It doth tickle me much. Alright, let's go do some treasures. Same again. 10-minute limit on treasures. If I don't get them, I don't get them.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
Oh, I'd found 4 by this time last run. Oh, there's one. Is it the top of the hour? It's really laggy. Oh, it is. The theatre event's on, that's why. God, even on a mount I could barely get to that one. Oh, there's no way I was getting that. Okay. That subreddit needs some moderation in the stylist of the elitist jerks forum. I think I'm pretty sure Gumdrops just does it all himself on the subreddit. I'm not sure there's any mods on the subreddit at all. I mod in a few servers, wouldn't touch Reddit modding, not worth my time. Yeah, Reddit has always been an interesting place. Over the years I've spent a reasonable amount of time on the WoW Economy subreddit. But I must admit, I don't know what it was, but since Dragonflight, it's just been almost cringeworthy. And I don't know why. I don't know what changed. And I'm not. There was always the thing on the subreddit that there was this motion that people weren't really sharing anything that was anything of value because, of course, as soon as you put something on Reddit, it kills it. But I'm not sure if. I mean, that was always a case with like YouTube videos and stuff anyway. You couldn't avoid that realistically. But I definitely noticed from the beginning of Dragonflight a serious decline in like the standard of the posts on the subreddit. And I wonder if it's got something to do with the fact that people were even more secretive about stuff because it was region-wide. I'm not even sure. I need to speak to Gumdrops. I need data. I need the analytics. I don't want to. I don't need to. Don't mod me, but just give me the analytics so I can geek over it. Oh god, even looting shit is slow now. God, that theatre event actually nukes the entire zone, doesn't it? Yeah, I probably could not have picked a worse time to try and do these treasures, to be fair, but if everybody's busy with the event, they're not picking up my dirt piles, so maybe there's some logic to it. We have picked up 3, though, by the looks of things. Have I picked up 3? Where's the third one? I must have used it already. Picked up 3 in 5 minutes again. So actually, it's not been too bad so far. Oh, don't aggro the rare, don't aggro the rare. Blink. Fuck off, die already. Right, this last one, what are we looking for? The wax sealed records. This is clearly going to take me 12 minutes to find this last one. I think the theatre event's passed, though. The lag seems to have slowed down a bit. Hang on. He was fishing something. What was he doing? Seems to have run out of dirt all of a sudden. No, apparently not. The lag is still good and strong. I spoke way too soon, clearly. There's one. I'm going to see purple outlines in my sleep if I do this too much, you know. I didn't mean to aggro you. Can you just hurry up and die? I have got to be a little bit careful with these treasures though, because at the beginning of Dragonflight, I remember the first couple of months of Dragonflight, I tried to go out and play the game a bit. We did all of the world quests, we did all the rep grinds, we did all of that sort of stuff. But I kept up with my profession weeklies. But I got to the point where I was just farming knowledge points for the sake of farming knowledge points. And I'm starting to get the same sort of deja vu with these treasures. Unless I'm actually doing something constructive with the professions as well, it's not worth doing. That said, concentration is fixing that problem for me. Concentration means even if I'm not doing anything particularly fancy, the professions are still making me some gold. So I can justify it a lot more, I think, this expansion. Oh dear God. Is one of these like... No, I've just got no gear. And ice blocking is cheating. Hey! Did you see the kicker we got with that one as well? Did anybody spot the kicker? Cheeky tinderbox kicker? Maybe it is worthwhile to go out and get these knowledge points. Maybe it isn't a complete waste of my time. This is both painful and highly entertaining. What, being a mage main, watching me struggle my way through Frost Mage. Right, I guess we should at least do the courtesy of checking the patron orders. See if anything worthwhile's turned up. What do we got? Reagent bag. 500 gold for 1 flicker. No thank you. Daybreak spell thread providing no Dawnweave bolts. No thank you. Grips of the Woven Dawn providing nothing but a spark. No thank you. Pioneer cuffs. We'll do it just because it's so goddamn cheap that it's silly not to. Mosswool thread. And weaver cloth bag providing nothing. The stack of pentagolds makes it tempting. It is for 2 knowledge points. Can I be willing to spend 200 gold per knowledge point on this toon? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. We're cheapskates nowadays on these orders. If they're not lucrative, we don't bother. Far too many professions, far too many options to waste gold on stuff that's not worth. We'll get them later in the week. Right. Why is that not showing anything? Oh, today's the day for public orders, isn't it? Of course it is. Boom. Inscription's easy business. Never fail to do inscription work orders. Sometimes even make some money off them, you know. Somebody wants a mixing rod. Somebody wants a mixing rod. You put quality 3 mats in on this thing. Quality 3 mats on a mixing rod you can buy off the auction house. A quality 3 scythe. What did this person do? Hello? Did they not know you can buy these ones off the auction house? Oh dear. And you're only going to get it at quality 4 as well. Oh dear. Well. Your loss is my win. 300 gold for a mining one. Oh. I've burnt through all my public orders. Well, I suppose we should check the non-public ones, I suppose. Guild order? Mixing rod? That's the proper mixing rod. Don't have that recipe. Missive, providing nothing. Missive, providing no ink, no cipher. No ink, no residue. No cipher. Yeah, we'll leave those. A Q3 missive as well, ouch. Yeah, somebody spent some money there and I don't know why. This goes to show. Some people know how to play the game better than others. Because, yeah, that was painful to watch. What's in here, if anything? A single knowledge point. For what? Tailoring. Right, let's check the specs. Tailoring. I was clearly putting points in here, so let's keep putting points in there. Scribbly scribblies. Oh yeah, I was deciding what to do on this scribe, because this isn't really my main scribe. This is just an off scribe but for some reason I went to pick up missives. Not entirely sure why. I think it was mostly for the logic of being able to fill work orders on Vantis Runes, missives and contracts without worrying. I'm half thinking of going into profession tools maybe, because I've got all of this maxed out on another scribe, so I don't really need any of this. If I ever need inks or missives, or sorry, if I ever need inks or if I need ciphers or anything, I can do all of this on my main scribe. So this is just to fill work orders really, not to make the mats. I'm wondering if I just throw some more points in here and lock all of the sigils, maybe? Sigils could be money. Sigils money, at least with concentration, maybe? We've got to put a full 30 points in there to get the sub spec, we do. I guess we get one for free, right? We can make those at Q3 with concentration. I'm sure there's probably some money in that. What do the Q3 ones go for? 5k? There's a bit of money in concentrating on those from time to time. It's another option. I'll take it. There's no multicraft tools maybe on the auction house. That there is a way to make gold for you to do it. Oh, true. True. I've already burnt through concentration for the day. That was the very first thing I did on stream. I went through and burnt through concentration where I could or needed to use it. Keep all my characters below 500 concentration. Now I'm in the slow burn of just do all the weekly activities. We did not end up with anywhere near enough artisan security to do anything interesting on this dude. And in theory, the only interesting place to spend it would be on the scribe books. I need Kej books for both these professions. That's something I'm not really bothered about doing. Probably never will do if I'm honest. Right, let's go put that tinderbox in the wall bank. We're going to need that.
My directive is to serve you. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Okay. Quick last check of the bank, and then I might call it for a little bit. We downloaded Diablo 4 earlier. I'm tempted to maybe have a little bit of a blast on Diablo 4 this evening. Maybe even tomorrow, since the new expansion is now live, the Vessel of Hatred, and a few people have said good things about it, so it's worthwhile maybe having a little bit of a look at. There's drops as well, so there's, if for any of you playing Diablo, stop by. I'll probably play this a little bit this evening. Whether I stream it or not, I'm undecided. If not, we might have a blast tomorrow. But I think for today, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all for joining. Good luck on your adventures on reset day, whether you're out there killing bosses or farming the auction house, whatever you're up to. We'll be back either later or tomorrow in some capacity, whether it's WoW or Diablo 4, not decided. Maybe let me know your thoughts on that. But yeah, have a wonderful rest of the day. Thanks for stopping by. I'll catch you all next time. Is there anybody online? I really should raid people significantly more frequently. There's just so very few people online usually when I finish. Oh, Mr. GM's online. What's he doing? Is he doing his completion still? He's pumping some completion. We'll send you over to Dan. Go say hi to Mr. GM. yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day, boys and girls. Peace.